Let's see. Okay, I started the stream on time technically. Uh, don't think anybody's in here, but for those that are tuning in right now, I'm just trying to like set everything up and like promote the stream and all that. Probably take me like a couple minutes to do this because I haven't like even streamed in a few weeks, so just bear with me. But let's see, trying to. Here we go. All right. I need to like trim these, like when I actually post them to YouTube. I genuinely need to trim these. All right. Okay, so let's see the first minute, and I uploaded the uh the image to my store or whatever. So that's done. So give me like one more second to. Oh gosh, where'd I put my tablet? Yeah, this is not the strongest start. Give me just a second. Let me put this. Hold on. Yeah, stream starting soon. Give me. Okay. I have my tablet. I'm just gonna like get the chat and stuff ready so I can like check the chats out and everything. Like I said, pretty sure nobody's really in here right now, but how am I gonna do this? This is what happens when you don't stream for like a week. Yeah, I'm just opening the restream on my tablet, and then I'm gonna go through and just talk about everything I've done on the stream so far. Okay, so now I have the chat open, and we can pretty much get the party started. There's a little bit of clutter on my desk, so I'll just kind of move that as I go along. Tablets had a little above halfway charged, but yeah, we can go ahead and start this stream. So today we are doing our ninth entry into this Teen Titans live stream series that I've got going on. I plan to do more, so I don't know what the next franchise I'll do. I know the next character I'm gonna do. It's the main antagonist. Been saving him for last. I know I talked to a few of my friends that are excited to see it, but yeah, this is Terra. So let me go along. So I've started I started with Robin. This is the Robin drawing. I do this every week, just go through. Cyborg, I think he's one of the better ones I've drawn. Raven looks pretty good. Starfire, and I'm going in the order that I created everybody. Starfire, I feel like Starfire looks great. Then we got Beast Boy. A lot of artistic liberties taken. I still have to upload a video for how I did him. We got Blackfire. This is Starfire's sister. I still have to make a video on her. And we have Control Freak. I think Control Freak might be my favorite of the ones that I've drawn. And then last week we've got Trigon. I need to clean him up a bit, I feel like, but he's mostly done. I really like the armor that I've done here. And okay, so this week we're doing Terra. So starting with Blackfire and going into like Control Freak and Trigon, these are three villains. So I wanted five villains for the five heroes. So um obviously, let me think. Slade to Robin, Control Freak to Cyborg, Trigon to Raven, Blackfire to Starfire, Terra to Beast Boy. So Terra is this week. and we are going to me. Please, dear God, if I lost my freaking stylus, I was gonna be so mad. But yeah, let's see. So Terra technically isn't a villain in a sense that she's not a bad guy or a bad girl in this instance. Bad gal, would that be it? That sounds kind of, yeah, she's not a bad person per se, but for all intents and purposes, she is a villain. Um, she started out as somebody who wanted to, just kind of hang with the Teen Titans. She had superpowers that were going to help her, and they were willing to let her join. You see right here, she's got like the Teen Titans emblem or whatever, and they were gonna let her join. Let me go ahead and start drawing while I'm talking about this lore, so we can get this done a little bit faster. I try to keep these drawings within the 5 to 6 hour range. And I don't think you guys could see this, but I'm gonna go with 1080 by 1350 with 300 resolution or whatever. And that's basically like an 8 by 10 drawing or a 4 by 5. And that's just what I'm comfortable drawing at. Nothing you guys have to do. This isn't a how to draw or anything, but yeah, she worked with the Teen Titans. She had a thing for Beast Boy, and she made Beast Boy promise not to tell the other Titans that she couldn't control her powers. But the other Teen Titans could kind of see she couldn't control her powers. And so she thought Beast Boy lied, and she kind of went to work with Slade. And it's like, let me hold on. Time lapse. I'm gonna record the time lapse. You gotta do that, or I do that before every drawing just so, you know, I can have it to put to my Patreon later. And mostly I'm going to be working on my Patreon for this month. You probably won't see too many like full on videos this month. It'll probably mostly just be shorts and me doing these live streams. Let me make sure I got everything set up correctly. But yeah, let me open up my sketchbook right quick. Dear Lord, please help me on this live stream. Amen. Yeah, just refer to my sketches right quick. I didn't do too many. I'm gonna have these sketches uploaded on my Patreon later. I still have to upload everything. I'm really behind. But yeah, Terra's weird because let me see. Put this up a little bit. Yes, sir. I'm gonna go with kind of a round head. I'm just gonna start with the face first. Ew, why does it look like this? Um, better, clearer. Okay. But yeah, yeah. Let's see. I think it's the type of blue I'm using. And that helped. Go back, hit my brush tool. Yeah, size 10. Why? This feels weird. Anyway, but yeah, Terra's a weird character just because her crash out was invalid. Like when you look at somebody like Anakin turning to the dark side, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. When you look at her, it's like, bro, you switched up for absolutely no reason. You lied to the Titans for the fact that you thought Beast Boy lied to you, which he didn't. And Beast Boy is a very goofy character, so it would have made a lot of sense if he did, just accidentally let a secret slip, but he did not, and she just kind of turned on him. All right, so we're gonna do the eyes. I'm just kind of sketching as I go along. And I want these to be a bit just big and rounded too. I want them to be a little feminine, so we're gonna give them like a little slant at the top, if that makes sense. Somewhat triangular. And this will kind of help give the appearance of Terra because she does have these like huge, borderline Powerpuff type eyes. Let's see. And then the shape of the head, I probably should have drawn the head shape first, but whatever. Um, I'm gonna make, I'm also gonna make that round. And I'm gonna kind of try to make almost like a a bowl shape, if that makes sense, and just make a slight triangle at the bottom. So kind of a round face, if that makes sense. I'm gonna bring her nose down to like right here. Probably make her face come down a little bit lower. It's a little sharp on like the jaws, but it's whatever. And ears will be like right here-ish. And yeah, I'm just gonna make it come up a little bit. Nothing too complicated. And she's kind of got like these triangular eyebrows. Kind of get sharp at the top. So I want to not necessarily exaggerate that, but accentuate it, I guess would be, for lack of a better phrase. Something like that. I'm gonna have to tweak it as we go along, but yeah, and then her hair comes up to like right here-ish. So I'll probably make her forehead a little bit bigger. Maybe I'll do that on the second go round. She kind of has these bigger cartoony ears. Again, we're just kind of getting a feel for the character on this one. We don't have to hold on, give me a sec. I gotta take a call. Sorry, my grandma just called me. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, so we're doing the eyes now. And I need the eyes to like be looking forward because I need the pupils to move. Otherwise, I would have like made them maybe kind of looking up. And that's the thing to keep in mind. I'm gonna try to make this make sense, but this is meant for the purpose of being animated, so you have to imagine each of these parts as their own separate parts, which you kind of want to do when you're drawing anyway, but especially on a drawing like this. So yeah, let's see. And I'm gonna make her hair kind of, let me see what it looks like here. Okay, it's wavy here. That doesn't help me. But kind of come down. This is very important. This part right here, this is what makes her hair really. This the curve, and then this other side kind of comes down. See, this is looking very much like Terra now. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna like animate this part. I might just have this front part as its own separate part, but I'm not entirely sure. I should have had like another reference for this, but it'll be all right. That's part of the fun is just kind of figuring it out as you go along. But yeah, I'm gonna give her a little mouth right there. Probably gonna tweak it a bit as we go along, but let's see. And then she's got, oof, did not like I did that. Let's see, like right here, just round out the top of her hair. Okay, so that's pretty much the head. I did a lot better in my sketches, but it's fine. Yeah, we'll finish the hair as we go along, but that's pretty much the head. So I'm gonna Control T, shrink the head a bit. Actually, uh, mm, okay, I do want to do something. I want to kind of not like clean this out right now, or clean this up right now. I'm going to flip my canvas and get, yeah, it's definitely not symmetrical. I think the nose is pretty like well centered, sort of. I'm gonna start with there. I like how this eye is set up, and I'm just kind of gonna round this up a bit, make her look maybe. Actually, no, that eye's fine. Control Z, and yeah, kind of like that. Want to give her some pretty decent sized pupils for this. Because again, she's got some pretty big eyes. Though that's one of her defining characteristics is those big eyes she's got. Want to give some definition to the top of her like eyelashes so they're not too flat, if that makes sense. Not sure which one of these eyes I like better. I definitely botched one of these. They look off. But yeah, she's got this excited look. I think that's good. Yeah, and then just kind of repeat what I did with the eyebrows. Something like that. Now I want to make sure that the face is, a face. That it's even. I want to make sure the face is even. It doesn't I don't want it to be perfectly symmetrical, but I want it to look even for the most part. So we got a very youthful appearance, which is great because, these are teens and she just has a bubbly, youthful look to her anyway. So, um, yeah, let's bring that hair up again, something like that. All right, so that's a good redraw. Definitely like this. Again, I probably could bring down this like jaw portion a little bit more. I guess I'll do that right quick. I don't like how I did that side. But yeah, what I will give Terra is that she is very strong. Like she is tough. Her powers are pretty cool too. And like when she came back and actually just betrayed the Titans and just ran the ones with them, like she beat the dog crap out of them. I'm like, now, granted, the Titans were holding back because this was their friend, and when they ran it back, they did her, they beat her up. But she did handle the Titans pretty well. It's like even though they were holding back, she did beat the Titans pretty badly. So she is a very tough character, respective to the show. Yeah. I think she's just a very interesting character on top of that too, because just being a villain, anti-hero, like frenemy kind of character, her dynamic with the Titans was very interesting. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the body. Let me see. I'm gonna merge these two layers and then take it outside of this folder. All right. So there's that. All right, I'm gonna put okay, so the next gonna be I want it to be a more realistic neck. A lot of cartoon characters will have this really thin neck. I think I did it for Beast Boy actually. His is a okay, his is still pretty thin here, but let's say Starfire, I gave her a really thin neck. And that's kind of what you do with cartoons, especially if you want a character to look a bit more feminine. Usually a thicker neck is for more masculine, especially older men. Um, and she's kind of got a long neck in the show too. The reference picture I had didn't do it too much justice, but her neck is pretty long. So let's see. Probably could have also made her head a little bit longer. I don't know. The round face kind of works here though. Still feel like I did a better job in my sketches, but it'll turn into what it needs to turn into. I feel like that's how I approach these drawings. Let's see. Okay. Now I drew the body pretty well in the sketches, so let's see if I can replicate that. But not yet. Let me finish off the drawing first. So she's got a kind of slim physique. She's a very scrawny character, not like bony, I guess, but she's very thin. Like she's a very scrawny is like the best word. I'm gonna do like a center line, so I know where like the boobs need to be, but I'll say like maybe right about here-ish, and then just start the little cleavage right here. Not gonna make them huge or anything like that. Yeah, I got like these mosquito bites. Again, scrawny character fits the physique, just kind of petite body type. I think that looks halfway decent right now. And then have the body come in like right there. So these will kind of stick out a little bit further than the rest of her body. They're not like huge melons or anything like that. Okay, so I think I think that's decent for right now. We're doing the shoulders. I'm I should definitely flip this. I'll leave it alone for right now. Um, but yeah, I'm also gonna make her body come in a little bit, say like right here. Let's see, let's say the top of the ribs are like up here. It's not exactly where it would come out most likely, but that's how I'm gonna draw it. So, just have like these kind of not really love handles. I feel like that. I mean, they are love handles, sort of, but anyway, this is about where the body's gonna end right here-ish. I need to clean up some of this. But let's see. I'm gonna bring the arms down, forearm, and I think those look like some pretty skinny arms. I think that's good for right now. Just do the forearms a little bit. Things I need to clean up, but we will clean it up as we go along. Again, I think this was done a lot better in my sketches. But you know, we could always fix things up. Yeah, this looks a lot better in my sketches. Freak. I don't know what it is. Let's see something. How about we do it like this? And then, yeah, I think that looks a bit better. Mm, bring the shoulders up a little bit. I always feel weird drawing male and female physiques, but when I get to the women, it's like a little bit more difficult for the most part because you don't want to make them too. Now with her, I probably could get away with making her a bit more toned, like athletic looking, but it's not what I'm going for here. Let's see. Um, before I proceed, let me just kind of round this out right here, and then just make like the belt's gonna be right here, something like that. Maybe make it a little bit more thin. She's kind of got like these holsters or whatever on the ends think that looks good. So yeah, let's see. And then the legs will probably come down like here-ish. Yeah. Yada yada. Whoop whoop. So let me flip this again. Yeah, that's so off. I'm gonna lower the opacity. I need like a middle line. Just right about here-ish. Okay, so let's try this again. This will be kind of where the chest goes. And the boobs will kind of, come down to like here-ish. I'm gonna bring the body in a little bit, round it out in the middle, and then try my best not to make her too thin. Let me see. Let me move this over a little bit. Control D, hit P. Let's see. How am I gonna do this? Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is starting to look decent. Maybe I have the belly button. I think that's a little too high for the belly button, but I could fix it later. Hit my erase tool. Hit P. Again, this doesn't have to be perfectly centered right now because I'm gonna have to go back and clean it up anyway. But yeah, I want to have it mostly centered. Okay, yeah, like right there, we'll have that. This will be kind of like where the thighs go and everything. So right about there-ish. I think that is a decent start to the body. I gotta kind of clean up this neck a little bit. I'm gonna have to make the neck a little bit thinner, but that's fine. I'm playing a really, I'm walking a really fine line between making her too too thin and too like muscular. I think the shoulder's pretty big for one. Let me erase that. I think the shoulder should just kind of just come down naturally. Might be doing a little too much there. Let me put like a line here too. I think that'll also help. Say like right here-ish. And then we could put this, okay, that's too much. We could put this shoulder to like right here-ish. Just kind of map out the arms a little bit. And, this is a lot of like resketching and everything like that. But, the more you sketch, the better the drawing will look, really. So, just something to keep in mind. And, we kind of want these pieces to overlap. We kind of want to know where the arm's gonna connect to the torso. And if we kind of circulate um these parts of the arm, I think that'll also help. This is something that I should have really done for all these drawings, and I did to an extent, but yeah, I think this helps out a lot. Should probably do the same here. I think I got the start of it, like the hips, like right here. Yeah, I think, yeah, these overlaps should help me a ton. Do it like right here, then say like right here, start the thighs and stuff like that. Look at me, I feel like an artist. Okay, so let me bring that arm down a little bit. So I think that looks a bit more unified. Let me flip it back. It's still a little bit off, but I can deal with it and fix it up as we go along. Let's see. Let's lower, well, actually, no. I want to map out, I'm gonna give her a clenched fist. And I know I've only given like the clenched fist to the male characters thus far, but I think for her an open hand wouldn't really work as well because she's got these kind of bigger gloves that she wears, and just her powers. I feel like her with a clenched fist work better. I want to make her hands too big. Again, she's kind of a dainty character. I want to keep that in mind. I do want to put like a little circle here for like an emblem. Now, what I'm gonna put on there, I might put the Titans logo. I might put something else because she's a Teen Titan, but she's not a Teen Titan at the same time. Very weird character. Let me lower the opacity of this right quick, and then yeah, there's the underlayer. Okay, I'm gonna draw some goggles right quick. She does wear goggles, and I'm gonna just go kind of like right here-ish. I think that's a good start to it. Actually, before I even do that, let me bring this up. I want them to actually fit her eyes. So let me hit Control T, and I'm just gonna increase the size so that they'll fit the eyes a little bit better. Let's go 120, and I'll just kind of draw them from here. You hit P. Yeah, I don't want them to be too big. I just want them to look like they can go across her face, and then like she could still see and everything. Matter of fact, let me look at the, yeah, I like how they're done here actually. Let me try to reference that. They fit her eyes better too. So almost like these bifocals, but they're not, if that makes sense. And they come in at an angle, something like that. You know, these might not be perfectly sized, but there'll be something she could like put on. I should have put the symmetry ruler on for that, but it is what it is. Let me lower it a little bit. And I'll zoom in and make it a little bit more detailed. So I'll probably put it in a separate folder when I'm done. Let me up the opacity here so I can kind of tell what I'm doing. Okay, so just kind of gonna go back over it. Okay. Okay, let me look at this again. Yeah, they did this so much better than I'm doing it. Okay. I mean, these are, professional people that have designed this character, whereas I'm just kind of putting my own unique spin on it. But Still, I wanted to look like something, I'll just kind of thin it out around here-ish. Hit E. I'll probably change these up as I go along. They're pretty big, but I just wanted a feel for how I'm gonna do them. Okay, let me put these in a folder. All right, so now they'll just like be there and in fact, let me see. Let me do one more thing. Kind of have them, yeah, like wrap around a little bit. Okay, so now if I go and get this folder, you know, she can just have them around her neck. And again, they're pretty big, but I think that's fine for the most part. Yeah, yeah, for the most part, I think that's fine. So we're gonna put these goggles like right here-ish. I think that'll add a lot to her design. Let me put them a little bit lower, actually. They're pretty big. Ooh, okay. Okay. So let me lower the folder with the goggles and everything. I got a decent body shape. Whoops. Got a decent body shape. Now we're gonna do the legs. Now the thing with her legs, with Raven, I wanted her legs to be a little bit thicker. Let me see if I can go to them. Not the best, like not the best design, but they've got some shape to them. For Terra, I want to give her like a thigh gap. I feel like that would just fit the character so well. So it fit that kind of skinny girl aesthetic. So never done this before. This is the fun part, experimenting with like different body types. Okay, so the hips don't lie. Let me start a new layer, and I'm gonna just kind of try to map out the hip. This is so off-centered. How did it get this off-centered? What happened? Um, sucks. This sucks. Okay, the pelvis is really where it's getting off. So give me just a second. About, whoops. Let me see if I could select all of these and try to move it. I don't know if that's how that works. I'm gonna try it. Okay, yeah. So let me see if I could. Yeah, there we go. And put this like right around here-ish. Um, I'm probably gonna have to turn the symmetry ruler for this on. Honestly, the whole body is a little off. Let me invert my selected area and see if I could. Yeah, yeah. Uh, right about there. Something like that. I'm gonna have to like fix the face or just move the face in general. I think that's a little bit better though. Okay, now I can go back to what I was doing with the thighs. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of pull up my reference picture again. Okay, I'm gonna kind of map out the pelvis and the hips. Give me just a second. I'm gonna bring them down to like right here-ish. And I need, like I said, I want a gap. So it's gonna go in and out like that. And then I think the rest of the legs will just kind of contour to the outside. Well, I can clean that up a bit, but I think that's a decent gap. I'll probably fix it up when I like shrink this a bit, which will probably be in a second, but yeah, that's a thigh gap. Okay, so I'm gonna select, whoops, I'm gonna select all this, hit Control T, and then shrink it down a bit. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay, yeah. That looks a little bit small. Actually, no, I kind of need it to be that small for real, for real. Needed to be a little bit smaller, actually. Sort of. Maybe not. Maybe. Let's go 75. Okay, so got that. Let me move this up a little bit. Right about there. And now I can draw the rest of the leg. Okay, so I think I drew them out a little bit much. Maybe I didn't. I'm gonna just draw it as is. Let's say I'm gonna just draw a general shape of the legs, kind of have them go in and out like that. So if I do that, let's say the leg goes in at maybe here-ish, the knees stop like right here, and I might have made her too tall, but we'll see. Again, and I'm gonna just kind of break these down into shapes again. Probably have to move these thighs over just a little bit. No, something like that. Yeah, that's decent. I think that's decent. Yeah, the gap's definitely there. That's a decent start to the legs. I think they can be fixed up. Then they need to be a little bit more outward as well. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and do that right quick. Let's, select this one, go around, Control T. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Matter of fact, let me put it like right here-ish. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Let me do the same thing with this other side. Just kind of wrap it around. Go up. Control T. And then just kind of have it like that. Control D. And they look mostly symmetrical. Let me flip this around a little bit. Yeah, for the most part, that's fine. I'm gonna have to like copy and paste the legs later anyway, so let's see. I kind of got my thigh gap here. And now for the most part, I really just need the shoes. That head is pretty big. She's got a big head in general, but the head is huge here. So I'm gonna have to change that. But for right now, I'm gonna just fix up what I have. Have the shoes come out a little bit. She's got some big feet, similar to Robin. She's got big feet, it seems like. I like how they designed her shoes in the show. I'm gonna see if I can kind of replicate it, but they're pretty cool shoes. They're like these high tops with like this rounded sole, I guess. Let's hit P. I definitely botched these legs. But right about here ish. And this is really one of the hardest parts is just kind of getting an overall feel of the drawing and how you're gonna do it. So let's see. I'm gonna get this bottom portion here, and then they've got like these little straps on them. There's like three straps, one in like the middle, one at the top of the shoe. Think that'll help a lot. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun doing these live streams this year. This is probably the most consistent thing, and I was thinking about this earlier this week, but this is probably one of the most consistent things I've done all year. Because if you can't guarantee on any other video, you can probably guarantee I'm gonna make a drawing live stream before the day is over with. So okay, so we pretty much gotten almost all of the base sketch going. Let's bring her down a little bit, and we're gonna try to even up some things if that makes sense. Let's see how I'm gonna do this. I feel like the legs are a little. I can make the legs a little bit longer, so I'll probably do that. But I might. Give me a sec. I really got to figure out how I'm gonna, how I'm gonna do this. I feel like her head is a little too round for one. I think I have an idea how to fix up that a little bit. Her head is also just too big. I feel like. Well, let's compare. Let's compare right quick. Let me put her like right here. There's Trigon. Um, I mean, it is a little big. Starfire's ears kind of stop at her shoulders. Terra's look like they go a little bit past her shoulders. Let's check out Raven. Yeah, it kind of stops a little. Yeah, yeah. Let me look at Robin right quick. Same thing. Their heads aren't. It's very slight, but their heads aren't quite as big as Terra's. So I'm gonna shrink Terra's head a little bit. I think I drew it pretty well. I think it's just like slightly too big. So maybe Control T and then shrink it by like. Let's try 5 for right now. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I think that works a lot. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. Let me see. I might even raise her head up a little bit. Like I said, she got like a long neck. I think that's good. And I can always like fix it up later if I need to. Let's try to elongate those legs a little bit. Um, let me just wrap this around there. Sorry if I sound a little low. I guess I'm tired, but okay, so I'm gonna turn off the aspect ratio and just increase the height. Yeah, by about 5. That should do it. Okay. What just happened? I don't think I hit okay. There we go. Hmm. I don't know if I like that. I think that's actually pretty good. Like she is kind of tall and lanky. Is she tall? She's definitely lanky. I don't know if she's necessarily tall. I do know that I kind of like this build though. At worst, I could probably just thin out her legs a bit. Let me see. Let me see what her legs would look like a little bit thinner. Oh wait, no, 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 no. I did that wrong. Yeah, I think the leg should be maybe a little bit thinner, and then I think I might also be able to. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. All right, let me try to like lower it a bit. Yeah, I think I like that better. Let me hit Control D right quick. Let me move it just a little bit like downward to like maybe right here. Control D. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works a bit better. I might even let me see. Control T up. Nope, 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 nope. Cancel. Let's go Control Z. I think I might even get this and let me hit Control T again. I think I'll get the aspect ratio and increase it by maybe two. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out which one I like better. Yeah, right about here. Oh, I forgot to save. Yeah, make sure you save, especially when you have the time lapse on, because your software can indubitably crash. So, keep that in mind. Give me a second. I'm trying to think what where I'm gonna save this to and what I'm gonna name it as. Yeah, I got a folder labeled Terra Stream, and I'm gonna call this Terra. Whoops, Terra Drawing. Okay, so now it should save, and hopefully it doesn't blow up. Okay, so we're getting somewhere with this. I think the arms need to be a little bit longer for one, but everything else for the most part is good. I think it's just a matter of me drawing everything symmetrically. So let me put all of this into its own folder, and I'm gonna try to first off, I'm gonna how do I want to do this? I'm gonna turn these or like delete this ruler that I have here because I don't think I need it anymore. It's just gonna bother me, especially for what I'm gonna do next. So I'm gonna go to where is it? 540 because this is 1080 width. So I want to go like halfway through this page and hit this 540 mark. Okay. And I want everything to be centered around that 540 mark. So I'm gonna Control T this and then just oh geez. What give me a sec. Okay. I'm going to give me a second. Okay, now I should be able to do it. Let me see. Control T and hit it like right in the middle. Okay, so the software is telling me that's like the middle of the drawing. It's definitely not. It's it's 1,000,000% not. I'm gonna go, but it is the center of the page though. So I'm gonna just go and try to put this where I think it's about centered, like right there-ish. Control D. And I'm just kind of gonna go from there. Also, before I continue, I think I want to increase the size of this a little bit. So I'm gonna hit Control T. Let me lay back right quick. Need my posture to be fixed. And I'm gonna increase the size ever so slightly. I say ever so slightly, but it's uh I mean this is a bit big. I might shrink it just a little bit as I go. But for right now, this should be fine. Okay, so Control D. I think for the most part, everything is working well here. But I'm just going to redraw some things so I can just have the drawing how I like it. Again, a lot of resketching and everything like that, but it comes with the territory. The better the drawing will be at the end. So I don't want to map out, I don't want to go too hard on this considering, I'm drawing over it like a few times now at this point. So, just I think the eyes are good for the most part. I don't think I need to redo them. Make sure I map out where the nose is gonna be. I do want to redraw the head though, like this part of the head, because in my sketch it kind of comes down a little bit, and then it rounds out and comes back down like that. I think that'll be a little bit better. Matter of fact, let me flip this. Give me one sec. Yeah, like right about here-ish. Actually, I don't know if that's entirely correct. Yeah, when I tell y'all I don't know what I'm doing half the time, I really don't. I genuinely do not. Um, let me let me turn this off right quick and try that one more time because it kind of comes out like right here-ish and then comes up a little bit. I don't know that that's any better. Uh, I don't know. I'm kind of My own design is kind of killing me right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Uh, whoops. I mean, honestly, I guess it looks fine. Honestly, this looks like Terra, so I guess it's working fine. I want the hair to kind of come up right here-ish, and again, I want to like have it curve a little bit. Oh, geez. Um, I feel like I'm drawing this a little too high up, maybe. Realistically, the hair can cover the eye. It probably should cover the eye. Don't know if I want it to cover the eye. So I'll keep that in mind as I draw this. Maybe I think I'll have the front of the hair. And yeah, I do have to like separate the front from the back, but I think I'll have the front of the hair kind of come down like this. Or even like, how do I want to do this? Maybe have this come in. Let me hit erase. Let me hit P. Maybe have it like stop right there and then have the back of the head. I think that'll actually work. And then that way I could do the back of the hair darker than the front of the hair. That might be the play. And I'm gonna just round this out. Hmm, how do I want to do this? Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. And have all this like. So I'm really just trying to figure out how I want all this to be done. I think that's straight. It's a very nice straight hair. So, and I think that's a good representation of like her hair and her head. I think I want this part to stop like right here-ish though. So let me bring this down a little bit more. And I think that might be about perfect. Yeah. Now, the only thing I'm kind of concerned about is like I do kind of want to animate her hair going over her eyes. And I'm trying to figure out how I would do that with this. Let me look at the reference again. Yeah, her hair kind of hmm. Hopefully I drew this bang in the right spot. If not, I'm not redrawing it. But anyways, I think I've BS'd enough on that. So right here, I want to kind of fix up the body a little bit, make sure the contours are contouring, if that makes sense. And just kind of get this belt circulated. I don't want it to be like a huge, like full-on circle or anything like that. And plus, when you draw like a one-to-one circle shape, that makes it kind of boring. But I do want like this round shape for her belt. You see, and just kind of bring in this crotch area right here. Let's see. Belly button will kind of be right here-ish. And then bring these hips down. All right. And then just do like some overlapping so I know where the legs are gonna meet with the hips. That makes sense. I think I drew these as like love handle bones. I don't know what that's called. Clavicle. I don't know. But I think I drew them a little too strong. Maybe like have them like right there. Yeah. Something like that, you know. Okay. And then, just kind of redraw these A cups right quick. Not like I did that. Yeah, right about there-ish. And then I kind of need to map out how I'm gonna do the arms again. So I think I drew the arms pretty well. I just think they aren't long enough. So I'm going to select, let me see, just the arms. I don't like how I'm doing this. You know what? I think a better idea is going to be to like draw it in a separate layer, right? And then, get the folds and, everything how I want it to be. Forearm there. Pretty solid arm, if I do say so myself. And then just kind of map out where that fist is going to be and how it's going to be shaped. Okay. And then do like the little glove. I think that's a solid arm. Again, I think it needs to be longer, so we'll remedy that. I'm just gonna wrap this around, which I don't even think I need to wrap around it. Matter of fact, let me just hit Control T, yeah. And so if I were to move it, it'd be like right there, and I think that's great actually. I think that's a great point of rotation. I think all it needs is to be a little bit longer. So we're gonna turn off the aspect ratio again, and then we're just gonna increase the height. And look, her arm looks all long and lanky and whatnot. I think 107. Nah, let's go 110. I think 110 is a bit better. Let's try 115. Let me see. Can I? Oh, okay, this gives us a much better reference. Yeah, 115 is good. I think it might be a little bit much though. Let me stand up and like look in the mirror. If I was standing, my fists come up. Maybe at like the top of the thigh. So I think definitely doesn't need to be past 115. I think 115 will be straight though. So I think the arm looks much better like that. Yeah, I think the arm looks much better like that. I think if I just rotate it a little bit, maybe, because it is coming a bit close to. You know what? I'll leave it like that for right now. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So we got the arm, we got the general shape of the body, you know. Mm, one thing I don't really have is a plan for how I'm gonna do the actual outfit because I mapped out our body, but I don't have the whole like shape of the fit or whatever. Let me hit Control J, and duplicate this arm. Edit, transform, flip horizontal, and we're gonna put this right about here-ish, you know. And let's see. One thing I do want to do, also in a separate layer, is I want to do this belt portion. Let me turn this off right quick, or turn it down. I'm gonna start a new layer. Yeah, I'm gonna start a new layer, and I'm going to put a symmetry ruler on this layer, or a symmetrical ruler as they call it. So yeah, got that there. And so I just kind of, because a belt is like a manufactured thing, so it would stand to reason that it would be symmetrical, unlike an organic human. So I'm just gonna map that out, have it come in, like that. I think that looks good. Put this little pouch thingy on here. So yeah, I think pouch could probably be a little bit bigger. But I could always like matter of fact, no, I don't want to always redraw this. Let me just bring it up. Yeah, yeah. Sooner rather than later, I guess. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, it's like down to her arms, right about there. Okay, I could always like draw over that. But so now that I've done that, it kind of lets me know that the body is mostly, centered and symmetrical and all that. So I don't have to worry too much about that. Now, with that being said, let's us kind of clean up the legs. So I'm gonna turn this back up and just kind of redraw the legs a little bit. So let me go with like a size 8 or maybe even a 10 brush. Want there to be a little bit of roundness on the outside of this leg. The knee should probably be like right here-ish. Then I want this to kind of go outward and inward. And then honestly, I think this is going up right where it needs to be for real, for real. Let me turn off the symmetry. This is bothering me. Yeah, like right there-ish. Yeah, it's a pretty solid leg. Again, I try to put a decent little thigh gap there, which honestly, most of these characters kind of do have a thigh gap. Not intentional, but hey, I guess it just worked like that. I don't know. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna try to put a little bit of dimension on these like boots, a little bit more definition. I say boots, they're not boots. They're pretty much high tops. I think I drew his leg pretty well, if I do say so myself. We're just gonna round that in a little bit and just kind of repeat that at the bottom. Yeah, I think one of the best interactions, when Terra was like in her kind of villain state was with Raven. Cause Raven rocked with Terra at first, and then she came back, and then Raven got like skeptical. Like she didn't really trust her. Like, what? You came back and you just know how to use your powers and stuff like that. You don't something's off. And so, Terra's like constantly like, oh, why don't you trust me? Why don't you trust me? And after a while, Raven finally, does decide to put her kind of trust in her, and then she betrays him. It's like, are we serious? And it's like Tara was getting off on it too. It was like, yeah, you really thought I I could be trusted. It's like I love that arc, but yeah, let's see. The hair is probably gonna go down to like I think I need a reference to see how long her hair is. I can kind of just make it up if I wanted to, but I don't want to do that. Let's see, Terra. Ooh, I spelled that wrong. Let's see. I see an image of like her comic counterpart. She looks really cool, but I'm trying to go for the more 2003 look while making my own adjustments as needed, if that makes sense. So I'll try to avoid that. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this now. Because I pretty much I don't even remember what I was looking up this reference for. I think I will take the style on her goggles though. They look cool. I'll keep that. Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. Okay, so let's see how I want to do this. Screw it. Let me go ahead and do the goggles now while I'm trying to figure stuff out. So, where are the dang goggles? Oh my gosh. I definitely should have labeled these layers. Definitely should have did that. Oh wait, no, no, these are okay. Gotcha. Um, take these out, and I don't want to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna start a new folder, put the old folder in that folder, and start a new layer. If that made any sense. I'm also gonna turn my symmetry back on and see if that'll help me do what I have to do. Wait a minute, something's not right. Okay, so it comes on when I do that. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that sucks. Why is it only on for this layer? That's weird. That's okay. Well, whatever. Uh, let's. Sorry, I'm really drawing a blank right now. I'm gonna copy or just. I'm gonna move this for a little bit. Okay, so now that's centered. I don't need that right there though. Freak, how am I gonna do this? Okay, hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. All right, all right, all right, all right. Um, I'm gonna lock this, and then I'm gonna move the folder itself to like right here. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna unlock that layer, and then I'm just kind of gonna try to map out the goggles. Because again, I really like how they did it in this one drawing. So they're kind of similar to how I drew them. They kind of somewhat come up at an angle. It's like this is like the middle right here. And then they'll come up to like right here, come down right here. And then they make like this I don't even know what to describe this shape as, but they kind of come down like that. I think that's pretty tough. It'll make more sense when I actually show it off, but and then they just kind of contour to the rest of like the shape of the goggles, if that makes sense. Come down with this, and then just simply bring it back in right about there. I'm gonna just kind of define the lines a little bit more. There we go. All right. I think those goggles are pretty sick. In fact, let's see how they look if I bring them up. Yeah, yeah, that's way better. That's and I can put them up here. It's dope. That's dope. Oh, yeah. So, I think for the most part, that's gonna be our drawer. The only thing I can see it's kind of off is like the body itself. But I can always fix that up. So, see how I want to do this. Let me duplicate the leg right quick, actually. Yeah. How did I do that? Might need to thin out that leg a little bit more, actually. Nah, it'll probably be alright. Let me grab this entire leg. Control C, Control V. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. And then just put that right there. Control D. Oops. Yeah, right about there. Oughta suffice. I feel like I made the legs too thick now that I look at them. I think I did. I think I did. Let's this. Yeah, if I think I need to stretch out the legs actually, or maybe not. Yeah, let me merge these layers right quick, and then I'll just stretch out the legs. Um, and we're getting close to done with the base outline, if that makes sense. I just want to like clean some of this stuff up right quick. Honestly, I don't even know. Let me see. I'm gonna try to select from here to here, but I don't even think that. Yeah, that this might not be pleasant. I think if I just like stretch them out a little bit like that, I think that'll help for one. Control D. I think that kind of helps, but I think it would. Let me go ahead and stretch these out. Let's see. Control T, and then we'll just increase the height by like 4. Let me go Control Z. Move this to like right here-ish, and then I'll increase the height. Hold on. Let me put it at the top. Okay, now it should do a better stretch. Mm, see how that looks. I hmm, feel like that might be a little too long. No, it might be fine. Let's hit Control D. That might actually be fine. I just have to like shrink her a little bit. So let's see, Control T. Ah, shoot. I actually do need to. There we go. And let's see how that looks. I mean, for the most part, that looks fine. Let's see, because this is the outline. If I just hit P, like right here and right here, I think I just need to space the legs apart a little bit more, maybe. Give me a sec. I'm really, I'm really trying to think about how I'm gonna do this. Uh, mm, I think it's really a matter of me spacing the legs out a little bit more. If I go like right here, I probably should have drawn this in a separate layer. No, I think that's fine actually. like Control D right there. Let's move this to like right here. Control D. And that might be a little too far apart. Something about this I'm not feeling. Ooh, hold on. Let me see. What if I selected this and simply rotated it a little bit more? Hold on, that might not work. I mean, it might work actually. Let me let's see, Control T. Let me hit Z, Control C. Let me turn off my symmetry right quick. I'm gonna delete that. Control V. Oh wait. Okay, I see what I did. Um, Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Oh my gosh. This is a whole lot of nothing that I'm doing right now. So I actually do think that's a bit better. Sort of. Sort of. Let's see how I want to do this. I'm gonna move this a little bit. Ah, crap. I mean, let me see how I look before. Um, Not see, I'm really being nitpicky at this point, but I do kind of like the outward legs. I think that might be where we. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that might be the move actually. And I think I'll just collapse this folder, increase the oh opacity, bring it up, and that's about where it'll be at. So I think the last order of business before I like get ready to move on is what is the last order of business? The head is still a little bit big. Trigon's got like a little head. Let's see. I don't know. It just feels like proportionate to the rest of her body. Yeah, her head's definitely big. So I'm gonna merge some of these layers right quick. Where did all these empty layers come from? Am I tripping? I gotta be tripping. Let me see. Yeah, it didn't look like it changed much. Um, yeah, let's see. Uh, I forgot what I was doing. Not gonna lie to you. Yeah, the the head. What even is this folder, dog? Wait, are these the goggles? No, it's not the goggles. What is this? Where did these dang layers come from? Oh my gosh. Actually, hold up. Let me move it around and see if I can figure it. Yeah, that's not a thing. It's not a thing. No, for real. Where did these extra? Okay, y'all give me a second, because I'm like, okay, those are the arms. Just a bunch of random layers. Okay, okay. This one's off. Okay, these are. This is another layer for the arm. No, wait, no, no. Okay, I need that. What? I think I'm tripping. Okay, that's the. Oh, okay, I see what that is. I don't think I need it though. Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. Let's clean. Oh, that's what I was looking at the reference for earlier. I needed to fix her hair up, but I can do that in a second. I need to shrink her head again. So, trying to figure out what I want to select. Let me label this goggles. Okay. Hopefully everybody's been having a great week thus far, though. Hope everyone has been having a great holiday season. Oh, freak. Ooh, had to stretch a little bit. Okay, that I cannot focus to save my life. I'm gonna just select all this and then just shrink the head. I'm like doing the most right now. Um, I can always redraw the neck, so I don't really need to select that at the moment. I'm gonna hit Control T. I'm gonna bring this down to like right here, and then I'm just going to shrink it. Like 5 should suffice. I think that's perfect, actually. Yes, yes. Okay, okay. I think for the most part, that's pretty solid. Let me go Control T and make the whole character a little bit bigger. Maybe like 2 over that. Yeah. Maybe drop it by 1 more. Nah, I think that's it. Okay, I think that's make it a little bit smaller. Okay, I think that. Oh crap! What did I do? Yeah, I think that's about perfect. Okay, so we got a nice little preliminary sketch going. So now I'm gonna I'm gonna again one more time just put this into another folder and then just sketch it out one last time. Just get a feel for everything's gonna be, how I want it to look, yada yada whoop whoop, etc. etc. So first off, I'm going to get a little level right here, and I think these boobs need to be down a little bit lower. And while I'm at it, okay, yeah, I can see that from right there. Where's I'm gonna just steal this. What is this? I'm gonna just come. Copy this layer. Yeah, I thought so. I'm gonna move this right here, delete this layer. I feel like there's a more efficient way to do that, but I don't know what it is. So now I have it centered. See what the boobs are. I'm gonna hit P. Oh, it's giving me symmetry. How great. Oh, geez. I don't think I like that. Yeah, right about there. I'm just kind of trying to figure out where everything should be. Trying to hold on. See, I can definitely tell this ain't finna be anatomically accurate, but it's whatever. As best as I can. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. Let me see if I could still trying to keep her relatively petite while keeping all these other features. Um, Let me kind of define these gloves a little bit more. Do the fist a little bit better, or try to at least. Now, one thing I absolutely did not do that I neglected to do this whole time is just kind of map out the rest of her fit. I'm gonna have this come up to like right here. Now I have to figure out how I want her fit to actually be. I mean, honestly, let's see something. I think I want there to be these kind of shoulder pads on here. Why does it look off on the other side? Is that off centered? That's got to be off centered. It's whatever. Let me see something. Cause she's kind of got like these wraps, and I ain't gonna try to figure out how I want to do this. Cause I could have it like this, right? And then she's got the wraps like right here. That might be tough. I don't know if I want to do that though. It'd be pretty cool to animate, but it'd also be a pain to animate. You know what I mean? Uh, Give me a sec. I feel like that might be doing a little bit too much. Yeah, maybe not do that. I think I'll just have like the simple, just Teen Titans get up she was wearing. I think that's honestly good enough of an outfit. I think she was very over the top when it came to what am I trying to say? I think it was very over the top when it came to her like villain design, and I don't think I really want to match that here. So give me just a second. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. Let's see. And then the goggles. Let me do the goggles again. And just make sure I have them how I want it. Right about there-ish. Okay. Just a few cleanups here and there. And I guess for this middle part here, I guess I'll just go ahead and include the little T because I guess I'll have this as more of the Teen Titans design because at the end of the day, even though she was technically a villain, she was also a Teen Titan. So I'll just make her a Titan. That's pretty much probably how most people remember her as, even though she was a villain. I would do the raps too, but I feel like it's gonna be better for me to not let me see because I am curious of something. If I have this part kind of I hmm, I don't know that I want that to be there. I kind of do though. I don't, but I do at the same time. Trying to think. Okay, so if I animate it like that and I have the little wraps, I don't need the wraps, but I kind of want the wraps. But I'm pretty sure I won't do the wraps. But if I were to do them, I don't think I'm gonna do them. I'm gonna keep it 1,000,000% with you. I don't think I'm gonna do them. Nah, I think that takes away from design. I want her to be simple like the rest of the Teen Titans. So I think the little wrappings would just take away from that. Most of the Titans have been like casual fits and stuff like that. And if I wanted to do an alternate fit where she had like the wraps and stuff, I'll probably just do that. I'm just realizing some of these characters. See, I was finna say some of these characters I didn't give like shoes, but the only one because like I'm trying to think of how I want to explain this. Say for like Beast Boy, I drew his leg so I could take the shoes off and put some different shoes. I don't think I did that with. I definitely didn't do it with Blackfire. This is all one leg. Didn't do it with Control Freak. Didn't. I mean, Trigon, his legs are pretty much just his legs. So I'm gonna keep that in mind with Terra. So far, the drawing itself is good though. So I guess that's all that matters. Let me go in on the face a little bit more. So for the face, I think I'll kind of oh, that's an eraser. Let me hit P again. I think I'll kind of have it like come down and just like round out at the bottom. I don't know why the symmetry's still on. So yeah, let me turn the symmetry off right quick. Hit P, and then yeah, it'll just kind of come like right here. I don't like how that came in actually. I don't want to give her like a cold Lyoko forehead, but I do want this to kind of dang, how do I want to do this? Ah, freak, how do I want to do this? Because I need her to have like, oh, this is gonna be rough. This is genuinely gonna be rough. I could have it. Where is the hair gonna stop and end? Something I did not think about. Because I want the front and the back to be two different pieces. Okay, let's think about what I need in the front. I need there to be a front portion that comes out like the other side does. So like right there. I need to figure out where the head ends too. So like maybe the top of this kind of end here, if that makes sense. And then this will probably be one shape. So yeah, I think all of this right here will be like one shape, and that'll be part of the front of the hair. And this will also be part of the front of the hair, and then the rest will be the back of the hair. And I have to look up how long her hair actually is for like a reference. Give me one sec. Um, Give me just a sec. Trying to let me actually expand this a little bit. Um, Trying to even think of what I was doing in the first place. I think I need to bring the legs down again. Regardless. No, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I think I'll be fine. I might need to bring the belt up a little bit, actually. I think that'd be a better move. Okay. Give me a sec. Yeah, it kind of comes to like right where or like rib cage is, it looks like. Somewhere along those lines. Okay. So we'll just have the hair. Yeah, I drew it about right, actually. Me go ahead and just map it out though. Like maybe right there-ish. And then I'll just keep that in mind. So that's pretty much the base sketch. So I'm gonna hit Control S to save. And then I think from here we're just gonna go for it and try to actually draw the full-on character model. Before we do that, I do want to see something about the hair right quick though. Because maybe should the hair be like that? I think that might be a little bit better, a little bit more interesting actually. S- Nah, you know what? It was fine how it was. I'm tripping. Yeah, yeah, I'm tripping. Okay, so I'm gonna hit save again, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then I'm gonna try to start outlining things. So yeah, so far so good. I'm gonna hit my BRB and I'll be right back. Okay, so give me a sec. The major hard part is pretty much done. The head still looks a little bit big, but I think it's fine. Um, we pretty much did the major hard part, which is sketching everything out and seeing how everything's gonna go. So that's great. That is terrific. What now? So now we pretty much have to outline what we've sketched out, if that makes sense. And I'm gonna try to do this considering I have my symmetry on. I'm gonna try to do this without copying and pasting. Most of the time I'll draw one side and I'll copy and I'll paste it, but considering this is pretty much symmetrical anyway, um I'm gonna go ahead and just draw it so that way it's not 100% symmetrical. There's some discrepancies there and it'll make it look more human, I guess, if that makes sense. So before I do that, I do want to thin out this neck a bit. So like right, maybe like right here-ish. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Yeah, that looks about perfect. And then I'll just like round it out up here or something like that. Okay. And I feel like there was one other thing. Since I've drawn the neck right here, give me a sec, because there was something cool about like the comic book version of her. Yeah. She kind of had like the collar was kind of like it was kind of like a collar, like an actual almost like turtleneck type thing. So I think I want to keep that actually. It was pretty cool. Okay, and for the most part, that's yeah, I might even turn that a different color actually. We'll see how I feel about it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll see how I feel. Okay, okay, okay. All right. I think for the most part, we've got the design. We just have to actually finish drawing it. So then we're gonna have to figure out the color palette. But the color palette for the most part is like a blue, yellow, like kind of gold, um, a blue, gold, and black color palette with maybe a little bit of brown on it. So oh no. There's one thing I didn't do. Let me turn the symmetry back on. And then I just kind of need to map out where these shorts are gonna be. Her shorts are pretty high up, in all honesty. They're like they come to like right here. I'll say they need to be like up a little bit. They kind of wrap around, something like that. And I'll just let it rock right there. Okay, now I think we can go on. So let's start with the eye. I'm gonna go with my pen tool, my G pen. I'm gonna go with a size 12 brush, a black color, and see how this looks on this first go. I don't like that. I don't know if it's the I think it's the bottom portion that I don't like actually. But let's try this again. Something about this I don't like. Maybe it's let me try a smaller brush. I think that was good. I think that looks good. I think that actually looks really good. Okay, so let's go with this is gonna be a pupil. I'm gonna do a new layer. Let me do this first layer as the eye. Crap. And the next one is the pupil. And it might be weird to have one as the pupil, one as the eye. It's so that both can get animated, which I was gonna say I could do this without trying to animate it or whatever. No, that I don't think I explained that well. I could do this. I needed to animate. I don't know how else I could say that, but this is pretty much the eye for the most part. Let me see if I can connect these vector lines right quick. Yeah, that looks pretty great. Um, or does it? I don't know. I feel like it went better the first time. What if I redraw the vector line a little bit? I think that made it worse. Yeah, that's definitely worse. Let me move it around a little bit. Let me try to connect it again. Let's see if I simplify the vector line. I don't know that that helped, but maybe if I redraw it now. I didn't like it. Okay, maybe that one's good. Maybe that one's good. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. It's kind of sharp at the top. Let me see something. It's still kind of sharp at the top, honestly. Hmm. So let me increase the size while I'm at it. Maybe to like 8.5. I think that's a little bit better. Move it up a little bit more. I think that's a pretty decent eye. It's kind of gonna be, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't see it that close anyway, so I guess I'm just tripping. Um, Let me put in like an iris for this pupil. I think that's what it's called. That's way too small. Let's go to size 7. I think that's about perfect. Yep, yep. Okay, okay. So let's just pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Let me pretend that this eye is solid, and I like how I drew the eye, which I do, but you know. Um I'm going to control J, edit, transform, and then flip it horizontal. And now we have two eyes, and I think they look beautiful. And those give a lot of character to the character. She's got like these round, bubbly eyes, and I think they look good. I think they look good. So I'm gonna hit Control S. I pretty much just have to I don't know, keep that in mind, whatever I was talking about. But yeah, I guess I'll do, let me see. I'm gonna call this L I, and I hope that was a little, yeah, okay. And then this is R I R slash eyeballs. You know, it sucks that I don't really have too many people in the chat right now, but I have not, I've hardly been looking at the chat. So if they would have said anything, I would have been looking stupid anyway. Okay, so let's, do I want to keep the size 7? Let's try a size 7 and we'll do the eyebrow as well. Ooh, is this the right brush? Or is it skipping? Skipping for some reason. That's weird. I don't like how I drew that one. I also think the brush needs to be a bit bigger. I still think that this could be done a little bit better, but for the most part, I think that looks good. Let's see something. Yeah, I think that's pretty straight, actually. That might be about perfect. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that looks good. Uh, and with the eyebrow, I could just duplicate them and put it in like the same layer. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. And it doesn't need to be perfectly in line with the other eye. Preferably it would be, but it doesn't need to be. Now, let me see something though. because I was trying to see if they, one, I think they do need to be moved a little bit closer inward. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, yeah, I think that's a bit better actually. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They were way too spaced out. If I need to fix it up a little bit more, push them further inward, I'll do that too. But I think it's pretty good for where it is. So I'm gonna label this folder the browse. Okay. So now I think I need to do the fit. No, I know I need to do the face. And honestly, all this is probably gonna be a part of like the face folder or whatever. But let me start a new layer like right here. And I'm gonna hit P. Go with a size, say, I'm gonna try a 17, but I'll probably make it like a 15 or a 12. I'm gonna try to map out the face. So, oof, my hand does not feel steady. Is this even my right brush? Why does it feel so, like it feels like too smooth? Ew, I don't like how he did that. It kind of works. I don't know, something doesn't feel right about this brush. Give me a sec. Yeah, it's like when I did that, it was fine, but like when I go, it just feels weird. I mean, the stabilization is like, it's weird. It might be that the brush is too big. That might be it. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, okay. So, I think that's a little bit better, but might be a left brain, right brain kind of thing. I mean, my brain is just. Let's try to flip this and then draw it. This is bothering me. I think the brush might still be too big. Yeah, yeah. I think that's better actually. Let me flip it. It should not be this complicated. Okay, I feel like both of these are drawn well, but they don't connect. So let's take this. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that. Let me see. Let me hit P. I'm gonna try to connect these like right here. That looks off. Yeah, I might have botched this. No. Yeah, yeah, I might have botched this. I think that connects halfway decently. I don't know, something about this is like actually bothering me. Let me connect these vector lines because I do think is halfway is. Okay. Whoops. I don't like that. Redraw vector line width. That's still too small. That's too thick. Okay, this is not connected. I see what the problem is. Okay. No. No. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Let me see something. This is bothering me. Why is it not? Okay, I'm tripping. You connect these vector lines because apparently they just weren't connected. Nah, let me see if I redraw the line with. No, no. Well, that was a little bit better actually. Yeah, I think that was actually a little bit better. Let's, can I simplify? Yeah, let's simplify the vector line. That's a little bit better. Let me see if I can redraw it. Will that help? No, just the vector line. That actually is a bit better. And if I, yeah, just adjust the line width right there. Nah, that didn't help. Let me see something. Why is it not? Okay. Okay. I see. That didn't help. Let me redraw this vector line. It's coming down. It's coming down. Let me make sure it's okay. It's not connected again. Oh my gosh, drawing with vector sucks. I'm gonna let y'all know that right now. Okay. Let me see if these are actually connected. Thank God. It was gonna bother me. It was genuinely gonna bother me. I might just leave it how it is for right now. Cause I got other things to. I should clean it up right now, though, shouldn't I? Let's see if I can redraw this right quick. Uh, That actually looks halfway. I think that looked better. Let me try again. That looks about the same. Oh no. Okay, I think I got an idea. Let me rotate this because this is just kind of genuinely getting on my nerves. Just move it to the side a little bit. I think for the most part, it looks decent enough. And if I try to make it something else, it's just gonna bother me more. So I'll leave that alone for right now. I'm gonna hit P and go back. I'll keep it on size 12 actually. And I'll just kind of bring the head up here. Yeah, I think that looks halfway decent. Let me flip this. That'll make it easier on me. Oh, I gotta do that. That's better, but not really. No. Yeah, yeah, that's about there. That's about there. Let me see if I could just redraw this right here right quick. Let me try to simplify it and redraw it again. It's so jagged. I think that's a little bit better. Neck vector. And again, we don't need these to be like perfect by any means. I just need it to I need it to look like a face. Hmm. Okay, I don't know if that's actually helping anything or not. Um, Let me connect these and see if I can redraw this. I think that actually did help. I think I like that a little bit better. Um, Let me see if I can redraw the line width. That's a bit thick, but I think I do like it better than that. That's way too thin. That's still pretty thin. Thinner. Um, this sucks. Okay. I think that's pretty good actually. Yeah, I think that's a decent yeah, it's a decent head. Let me see if I can redraw it a little bit. Ugh, no, no, maybe. Nah, it feels round right there. It's not perfect, but I think get the point across. So, uh, and this is all the head pretty much. So I'm gonna do the ears. I'm gonna go with a size 12 for that too. I'm gonna draw like one ear right here, another ear right here. I think I drew those ears too big. Yeah, one's pretty much bigger than the other one. Or, matter of fact, let me see. It might not be. One's up higher than the other, but one's not necessarily bigger. Let me push this in a bit. And let me also just decrease the size. I don't know that I like that any better. Yeah, I do. Okay, so we got the ears. That's all part of the head. Let me hit P and do these little nostrils. I think I need a smaller brush for this. I don't like that. I might actually have to draw this out. I might actually have to draw this. That's not gonna be fun. I mean, it will, but it won't at the same time. I think I just have to bring it up a little bit, maybe. We'll see how it looks. If I need to redraw it, I'll redraw it. And then for craps and giggles, we'll just add the mouth. Solid. It's pretty solid. It's not perfect, but it's solid enough. Hmm. For the most part, that's a good start to the face. So I'll leave it as is. I might stretch it out or something, but for the most part, that looks all right. Yeah, that looks all right for the most part. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Because, obviously we have the back of the hair, but we need like a front portion to the hair as well. Let's see. Um, let's try that right quick. Let's go. I'm just kind of trying to figure out how I want this hair to be. I think I'll just give her like a simple little hairline. It might just come in and come out like that, honestly. Let me flip this around. Okay, see, this side of her head is a bit bigger, which isn't necessarily an issue. but it's kind of an issue. I mean, I'll let it rock for right now. I think it's fine, but that's something I just noticed. Yeah, I think it's fine. I might have to move her eyes and stuff accordingly, but I think that's a decent start to the face. Control S. Okay, so I think now the next obvious part would be the front of the face or the hair and stuff. Let me put all this in a folder and I'll label it the face or the head. I'll label it the head actually. Ooh, okay. So before I do that, I do want to just humor this. Let's see, I'm gonna call this the head, and then I want to move the right eye and the right eyebrow, which if I select both folders and then just go over them like this, that should do what I want it to. Let's hit Control D right quick. I think that actually works pretty well. So that's an option. That looks a bit far apart, though. I think it does need to be moved ever so slightly. Hmm. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want things to be. It looks a little off. So let's do that same thing and just whoops. Okay, let me select all of these. And then I'm just gonna hit Control T. I mean, I guess I didn't have to hit Control T. That doesn't make it any better, honestly. I think that's good enough, honestly. I think it was just slightly off. Okay, now I think we should go on to the hair. I think I might whip up my little lunch in a second, but I what's happened here? Oh, okay, I see what happened. So I'm like, what even? Okay, so let me select this and then I'm gonna move it over one. There we go. Control D. That's better. All right. Now I should be able to do the front of the hair. So let me lower the transparency of the face right quick. And this is going to be difficult. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Also, I'm going to go and hit P and just have a little bit of the hair come up to like right here. I think that'll be good. Might even have a little bit like right here. If not, I could always like remove it. Let me see. Let me hit E right quick. And it's why is my vector brush or vector eraser so big? Um, say oh my lot in these streams. Oh, it's not connected. That's dumb. There's so many like nitpicks that I'm doing on. Huh? That was convenient. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's fine. Okay. So we want. What do we want to do? I want to take a nap. That's what I want to do. But we want the front of the hair is like one solid piece. And we also want a couple strands that go out in front of the rest of the hair. So let's just do what we know first. Let's go with say a size 12, right? Let me hit P. I want this to be round, which, obviously, but I don't know, do I want to do this? Okay, okay. So I'm gonna start from like this tip and go up. It is gonna be a pain. I already know this is gonna be a pain. Let me actually start. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's good. I think that's good. I'm not gonna try to force it to be something it's not. So that might also be good. I think I just have to like move it over. I'm moving. Okay. Okay. So it's got a little bit of I guess a little bit of character to it for lack of a better word, but I'm gonna go hit P again. And then I'm gonna just let me lower my brush size and see if I can't like swing this hair in a bit, if that makes sense. And then I'm gonna see if I could do the same thing right here. Think that's about perfect. About perfect. Let me I gotta stop saying let me connect. What am I doing? Where is it? Yeah. Let me connect these vector lines right quick. Okay. Try my best. All right, so let me see if I can redraw this vector line right quick. I think that's pretty good. That's too thick. That might be just right. Okay, let's simplify. The only thing I don't like is that this part is like not smooth. Okay, so let's see if I can redraw it a couple times. I think that's better actually, but I don't think it's thick enough. Okay, that's not good. That might be perfect. That might be perfect. Let me see if I could. That might be even better. Nah, it's not. It's not. Okay. Let me hit E for erase. My vector, and then that part's erased. Okay. Now we got two different little hair segments or whatever. And this will pretty much be the front of the hair. And if I need to change it, I could change it. Mm, do I like that? I don't know that I like that. Let's see something. Do I like that? I don't know. I don't think it comes down like I need it to come down. Ugh, this makes it so difficult. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think it's fine for the most part. I think it just like trying to figure out how I want to explain this. Maybe let's try this again. How about I hit P and I just simply bring the hair in a little bit to like right here. Nah, I don't think I like that. I'll leave it alone for right now because I think it was good how I had it for the most part. If it looks off, I can fix it later. So yeah, that's the front of the hair until I decide I don't like it. In fact, let me see something. What if I moved it over just a little bit? Oh, geez, what did I do? I don't know that I like that any better. Nah, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I'll just leave it as is. This is like the most tedious stream thus far. 'Cause it's like, and I swear it's like the simpler the character, the harder they are to draw. I don't know what it is, but she is like deceptively difficult right now. But it's fine. It's all fine and dandy. Okay, so that's the front of the hair. I'm gonna call this F hair. Now, it's 5:30-ish. Stream's been going on for almost 2.5 hours. So I'm going to pour some spaghetti sauce in my pasta and munch a little bit while I do the rest of this stream so that I don't have to end the stream or take a break while I'm doing this. Control S. So give me a sec. Yeah, I got some penne pasta or whatever, however you pronounce it, and just some regular traditional ragu pasta sauce and some mushrooms. I would have had some basil, but it's cold outside and my basil plants died, so none of that, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I'm eating on while I finish up the stream. We're probably about halfway through. The longest part, like I said, was probably going to be like the sketching. The outline might take a minute, but the sketch was definitely the hardest part. I think she looks nice though. Let's see. I just want to start eating sooner rather than later because I know give about 30 minutes when I would have eaten. That's when everybody want to pop in, which I'm glad that people pop in general, but you know. Okay, so trying to figure out how I want to handle the neck. If hmm, for the collar, I think I'll do it like I did Cyborg, So I think I'll go from like the shoulders. Um, I'll make like the shoulders their own thing, and then the collar and the neck will be its own thing, and then I can animate the yeah. I don't think y'all are gonna understand if I explain it anyway, so I'll just kind of skip over that. But now I think I'll save the back of the hair for the end because that'll make it easier to draw. But let's collapse this. Okay. We'll do. Do I want to do the neck first or the torso first? Usually I do the neck first, but I think in this situation, I think the torso would be better to do first. Or would it? I could just do both and then separate them. No. I think the torso would actually be better first in this instance. So let me go. I'm gonna try a size 15 for this. Let's go with the boobs. I don't want to. I don't like how I did that one. Let me see. I want to draw these not differently per se, but I don't want to do the exact same drawing for these. If that makes sense. Okay, so I know I definitely did this one bigger than the other one because it's not meeting the line. So I'm going to delete this because I like the left side better. So we hit P, go back down, go in. I think that's a bit better. I think those are some nice little A cups. I say that, but I genuinely don't know anything about boob sizes. I just A is the smallest, right? Like, okay, let me hit P. We go size 12 on this brush. I think that's decent. This is better than usual because it's got more asymmetry. Let me. I don't like how I did that. I already don't like how I did that. Let me just wall off this like it looks in the thing. That'll make it easier on me. I don't know if that made any sense, but yeah, I'm just trying to whatever. You know what? You'll see it when I get done with it. Yeah. Let me just round this out into like right here-ish. And then do the same thing for this side. This feels a lot more in depth too. And I think that's a solid. I don't know that I like that, honestly. We'll figure it out. Ah, crap, the freaking ruler. I'm gonna bring the body in here. Do the same thing here. Okay, let me actually think about something. Because if the arms are behind, yeah, I think I'll leave it like that. And then if I need to fix it up, I'll fix it up later. Yeah, 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 I think that's fine. I think that's fine, actually. More than fine. Okay, so let's do the body. And it's a bit thick at the waist. I might need to change it anyway, but it's all for nothing, nothing, nothing. Do I like how I did that one? Not sure. Let me redraw that part. Oh, that was almost perfect. That's I botched that. That's a bit better actually. Flip it right quick. Yeah, yeah. Looks pretty straight actually. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Control S. Eat some more of this dinner, lunch, whatever this is. Brunch. Or whatever you. No, this wouldn't be brunch. Okay. Something's not right here. I think. You know what? It's fine. Let's hit P. Continue with the size 15. Oh, baby, I know sometimes it's gonna rain. Can we make up now? 'Cause I can't sleep through the pain. And I don't wanna go to bed. Okay. I'm trying to think if that's. I think I like how I did that. Let's hit E. This is pretty much my first time not like copying and pasting one side of this to the other. So it might look a little bit off. It genuinely might, but is it not connected? I know I just connected this. Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, that actually looks pretty solid. Let me flip this. Okay, that's not how I wanted it. Eh. Okay, see, it's more off this way, but it looks more like a drawing this way, and I do like that. So we're getting somewhere with this. We're getting somewhere. I'll probably turn the symmetry back on for this belt portion. For the most part, it looks pretty good. Let's see if I was doing my drawing, or not my drawing, but if I was doing something more catered to my like full on style, I'd put like some little like comic lines for this, like this part right here. But that's not exactly. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm not doing that. I'm redoing this line a lot. Okay, think that's some good muscle tone right there, I guess. Okay. Okay. So, trying to think what my next move is going to be. I'm going to do this little shirt portion right here. I think that's good, to be honest. All right, so for this T, let me turn the symmetry back on. Boy, I thought I drew in this layer. I didn't draw in this layer, right? Oh, thank God. Okay, let's see. Still weird though. Let me borrow this from you right quick, fam. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna lower the brush size to like 7. This is not the right brush. So now I'm gonna lower it to like freaking 7. I don't like how I did that. Okay, hold on. Let me. I swear I could draw you guys. I swear. Or can I? I'm not getting the circle that I want to. Let me. Yeah. That was well. Actually, hold on. I kind of like that. Eh, I could. Matter of fact, I probably will just actually get a circle shape for this. Where's okay, I don't even use these like shape tools that often. Cause why the heck is the rectangle a circle shape, bro? Sometimes this software actually just bothers me, but let me turn this off. Yeah, I don't think I'll get more of a perfect circle than I will here. So I'll just take this, try to center it, and then lower the brush size. That's way too small of a brush size. Yeah, okay. Okay. Control X. Because for whatever, if I control C, it gets the whole layer. It's pretty stupid. Control V, and I'm just going to. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna hit Control T and just make it a little bit bigger. Maybe like 130. Think that'd be pretty solid. I'm gonna hit OK, and I think I'm gonna lower the brush size a little bit to like 4.5. Honestly, I might not even need the like ring around it if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, and then I need to draw like the T for them Teen Titans. So give me a sec. I gotta lock in right quick. Oh, my neck. So let me merge these layers right quick. I'm gonna select this and just move it down. Yeah, right about there. Do I want it there? No, I think it was better a little bit higher. So give me a second. Hmm. All right, so let me I think for the T, I'm gonna need to just get like one of the curve tools. Gotta see if I even remember how to use this shit. Oh, that's not good. Let me try a size 4. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. I think I might be better off just drawing it myself. Like I'm not, but I feel like I am. Let's try this again. Sorry, oh, I'm kind of locking in again. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Oh gosh. Oh, it's in the same layer. It's in the same layer. Okay. Okay, now I can do that. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. All right. So now I just got to do like the bottom portions. This is like so much more complicated than it looked. Like genuinely, this is way more than I was bargaining for. Oh my God, I did that one. That's a little bit better, but I still don't like that. I think that's pretty good actually. Two Titans. Let's go. Oops. All right, so let's see. And hit Control. First off, let me merge these. Control E. All right, Control V. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. Okay. I hit Erase. Oh, they're not merged. Okay, E. Now, let me move this over one. It looks fine for the most part. Something about this is bothering me though. Is it the top portion? I think it's the bottom portion. Something's off. Let's see. What if I move this over? Yes. And then move this over. Yes. Voila. Now I think I think that looks better, but I think it looks off as well. Like it's off by a couple pixels. So let's move this over just one. See, let me see something. Okay, let me zoom in actually and see if that helps. If not, it might genuinely just be that one pixel. And it's gonna have to be off by that one pixel because there ain't much else I can do about that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But that's pretty much the T. I'll leave it like that for right now. That was complex for no reason. So I'm gonna lean back, look at the picture a little bit, and just munch on some of this pasta while I continue. But yeah, y'all, this is the second to last Titan drawing that I plan to do. And the next week, spoiler alert, it's gonna be Slade, aka Deathstroke. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do after Teen Titans drawings, but I do plan to keep this up. I think after next week or whenever I do Slade, I think that'll be it for the year, but I'm definitely gonna do more live streams. Because even if nobody watches the live streams, the shorts that I get from them do a lot, or like they get a lot of views, so it wouldn't make sense for me not to continue those. Okay, so let's go with the arms now. Actually, let's do the belt. So I'm gonna go with like a size 12. That should be fine. Or maybe not. Let's try a size 15. I really like how I did that one. See. That's too much. Perfect. Perfecto. Let's lower the transparency of that so I can see what I'm doing. Actually, I guess I didn't quite need to do that, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, so I'm gonna bring that in. Okay, nice. Nice. Let's see how I want to do this. And then I'm gonna do the little um thingies. The thingies. Okay. Okay. That's it. Let me duplicate this just so I don't mess anything up. Let me hit erase. I gotta do it on both sides. How terrific. Okay, I'm gonna hit P and then just I don't like how that one went. I think yeah, it might be straight. It's hard to see. Let me lower the transparency again. There we go. Something like that. That seems pretty straight. And whatever, I'll just leave it like that. Or that kind of looks all right. Feel like it should be more like this, maybe. I'll just I'll do this for right now. Otherwise, I'm just kind of complicating it for no reason. But think that's good for the belt. The only thing is, I think it needs to be raised a little bit higher. So let me do that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good actually. Okay. And if nothing else, I could probably just increase the size of it, but I don't think that'll be necessary. Let me hit Control S to save. We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna keep it 1,000,000%. I'm not liking the hair, but I'm gonna see how I feel after I knock it out. Matter of fact, no, I definitely don't like the hair. I might have to redry that before we get done, but hey, it is what it is. This pasta's pretty nice. Whoops. Okay, so you got the torso and everything knocked out. Now we need to do the neck. So I'm gonna turn that back down. I'm gonna put all this into a folder labeled torso. All right, and now I'm gonna draw the neck. Let's see how I want to do this. Okay, new folder. I'm gonna label it neck. Hit P. And I'm just gonna go and do this little collared portion. Matter of fact, I don't like. Well, that bottom part I can keep, but I want this to be a little bit thicker. I'm gonna go with a. That was kind of a good brush stroke actually. A death stroke, one might say. Nobody's saying that. Okay. Oof, my eyes creeped me out just then. All right, so let's move this over just a little bit so it's like more even. And then Yeah, that works. Let me hit P. This will probably be size 12. We're gonna bring this out and around. I don't think that was high enough. Let me see. Let me see. Let me hit erase actually. So I don't really need that to be there. Let me hit P. Let's go to size 10. The things I do for art, dude. I like that one. I like how I did it on that side. I might have to lower this a little bit. Let's hit P. Something like that. Okay. Now, first off, I'm gonna lower this. I might even need to transform it just a little bit. She really boxed them Titans. I ain't gonna hold you. She made them look bad. She really made them look bad. Oh geez. Okay, so I think that's a good spot to put that. I think I drew that pretty well. I'm gonna put it behind the head. Whoops. So I'm gonna put the torso. Where's the torso supposed to go? Behind the neck. I'm just trying to get everything mapped out. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So with this next hour, I want to finish. I got to do the arm, the leg, and then I gotta like redraw the hair and do the back of the hair. So I should be able to get that done within the next hour. I also have to do the goggles. It's like one of the biggest parts of this design. So give me a sec. Okay. Yeah, I really don't rock with how I did the hair. That's gonna bother me. Matter of fact, it's bothering me now, but okay. I'm gonna do the goggles next. Hit Control S to save. All right. And I need my symmetry ruler again. Where is it? Oh, okay. Somewhere in the torso, there's one. I'll steal this one. Once that layer's turned off. Okay. Now, I think this one could probably be done with a size 12 brush. So that was a decent start. Might have to switch the sides for this one. I might be straight. Yes, sir. Okay, that was a decent start. That was pretty good. Nice confident brush strokes. Okay, so for the inside, you want to lower the brush size. There's an artist I follow on YouTube or I'm subscribed to on YouTube, and she constantly is like inside, like smaller brush on the inside. It's a very like good reminder. I think I'll keep that little middle part, but maybe I'll put it like right there. I mean, that's kind of tough. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because I don't know. It's like I feel like that'll be good for like if I want to put some highlights. Let's leave it like this right now. Let's leave it like that for right now. I think that'll be fine. No, it won't. This is gonna bother me. That might be a little bit better. I don't know. I'll leave it like that for right now. I don't want to do too much. Okay. Now I'm trying to think. If I save the parts as a PNG and I have the goggles somewhat transparent, will that transfer over? I can't remember if that's how that works. I don't think it is, but while I'm on the topic, let me see how they actually look right here. I mean, they look pretty good. Only thing is they look pretty large. Like very large actually. Let me duplicate this. And let me try to do a smaller version. So Control T, and I'm just gonna go down by like 5. I think that looks a lot better. Let's say we go up like this is what was before. This is like 5 sizes down. Let's take it down a little bit more actually. Honestly, that looks pretty tough too. Let's go 5 more. I don't know about 85. I think they cover too much of the eyes, but I think 90 is a pretty good size actually. Yeah. I think that's perfect actually. Let's go up. Yeah. I think anything bigger than that is just too big. So, with that being said, let's put that back down to here. Okay, hit Control S. We are getting somewhere. She really beat the dog crap out on Titans, bro. If y'all haven't seen the episode where she shows up, you definitely should. It's well worth watching. Okay, so we're 3 hours in, a little bit over the halfway point, and we got most of this stuff mapped out and drawn. I have to do the arm, and I have to do the freaking the legs, and then I'm probably gonna redo the hair. I might not even redo it per se. I might just simply, I don't know. We'll figure it out though. I think I know what's bothering me about it too. It's like this strand right here. I think I'll humor it and see how it looks. It might be fine without it, but it's like the rest of her hair is like so straight for the most part that it's just like since it's so curved right here, I think that throws off the design of the character. Whereas if it curved up a little bit more, I think that would fit the design better. But we'll see. We'll see. Regardless, I think I'm doing a fantastic job. I think everything is looking rather well. Forgot what I was doing. Okay, talk too much. Okay. Okay, in all seriousness, or mostly serious, I said her neck was long, and I did not give her that long of a neck, in all honesty. I don't know that she necessarily needs one, but matter of fact, let me see something. That might be the play. I'll see how it is at the end, but that might be the play. I low-key don't want to do nothing else. But what is this? What is this? Okay, these are goggles. I'm gonna put the goggles into their own separate folder. Goggles. Oh, this has been a long year, dude. Well, I mean, it ain't been that. Yeah, it's been a long year. Okay. She's kind of looking like Ice Spice. I'm not gonna. I think that's another thing that's bothering me about the hair. This looks like an Ice Spice style of hair. That's gonna bother me. That is so gonna bother me. But whatever. Okay, so the arms. You lower the torso, transparency and all that by a lot. I need to genuinely see what I'm doing here. So let me lower the goggles too. I need to play some music. I had my earbuds in this entire time, and I've not played a lick of music. They're on like 60% battery, dude. Uh, Procrastination is something serious. Okay, start a new layer. I'm just kind of gonna go with how I like sketched out the arm on this one. Let me see something. I'm gonna try to actually copy these shapes I mapped out. That might help a little bit. But like, I don't know, dog. I don't feel like that's doing what I need it to do. Let's start with the arm, like right here. Ugh, it's this sucks. This genuinely sucks. Doing a lot of complaining. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. That's a bit better. Okay. And then if I do like this, I think that might be all right. That might be all right. And then if I go like this, bring the arm into like here. I think the arm needs to be a little bit skinnier. Like I said, she is a very scrawny girl. I think that's good. Yeah, she is wearing long sleeves, so that could also, help. But I don't want her to look too broad. She is a stronger character though, so she could probably get away with it. But she's also kind of lanky. Let's see. I'm gonna bring this up. I don't like how I did that. say like right here, hit E for erase. And the reason I do that is just because I wanna draw the glove separately, if that makes any sense. Let me get this part up and just bring it over a little bit. And that makes our arm look a bit thinner. I think that's a good thing. And then I like how I did this part, but I think it should be in a little bit more. Something like that. Something like that. Let me see. Yeah, I think that works, honestly. Yeah, that might be about perfect, actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. I'm just looking like, did I do this right? Okay, so I'm gonna label this part the arm, and I'm gonna just go and hit P, and I'm gonna just do another layer for like the gloves, just in case I want to do something different in another, layer or whatever. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in again. It's especially like when there's not too many people in the chat, it's pretty hard to focus. I had to make sure nobody actually commented anything too. It's it's something. I think that's pretty straight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like how I drew that either. Being very nitpicky right now, but that's what I do sometimes. Sometimes I just don't care. I like that for the most part. Mm, let me rotate this a bit. Something about this I'm not feeling. And don't be afraid to like turn your canvas around at any given time. Soy el villano. Okay, okay, okay. Let me rotate this a bit. Move this over. All right. I think that's a pretty good. I think that's a good hand. She looks great. She looks great, actually. Okay. I think at worst I might just need to thin that arm out a bit, but I think it looks great. Dang, she looks like Ice Spice. God dog it. That was genuinely gonna bother me for the rest of the night. But, you know, it happens, I guess. You just accidentally draw Ice Spice. Okay. I was getting mad because I was like, dang, how much do I have left? It's good because the closer I get to done, there's just like substantially less that I have to do. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Okay. Okay, let's. Might just need to take a quick breather. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a couple minutes to just sit back and just look at it, and evaluate what I got left to do. So I want to redo the hair, so it's not all allspice-esque. Did I say allspice? Ice Spice-esque. I think the body, like the actual torso, looks phenomenal. The shoes look great, but I gotta like draw over them, so they might look terrible after I redraw over them. And then I have to do like the back of the hair. So the legs, the back of the hair, redraw the hair, and then I just got a color. I need to think of like a color palette for her though. Trying to think of something. A dirty brown could help. Like a because I mean her whole thing is that she's got like earth powers, rocks and stuff like so maybe an earthy brown. I think I'll look at a color hex for earthy brown. But then I'll also need like a gold color. I'm trying to think of what the main color should be. She's also got blue. So yellow, it doesn't necessarily have to be gold. So yellow, black, blue, and brown. Yellow, black, blue, brown. So we'll do blue in the eyes, blue in the goggles, and maybe even the belt might even have a pop of blue on it. I could also make the T not gold. And I know that might seem like because the Titans T is blue, but the T could just stand for Terra. And I feel like that would make her stand out a bit. Plus, I think on the outro, the Titans T is blue. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. We'll see. We'll see. I might have like a dark blue for the fit, yellow pants. See, I'm gonna have to do yellow anyway. Man, we'll figure it out. I say we like I'm not the only one in here right now. But yeah, like I said, I think the body looks fantastic. It was probably one of the best female physiques I done did so far. I didn't draw any boobs on Raven. It's just kind of implied that she has them. Plus, her suit's kind of dark, so I guess I didn't really have to. But I mean, Terra's is pretty dark too. I don't know, dog. We'll figure it out. Let's see. I'm almost done with this pasta. I might give it 2 more minutes since nobody's in here. But like, how about we test something out right quick while I'm doing this? If I get blue, okay, and I go with my marker tool, increase the size like that, and hit Control I, that'll give me like an orange, which will also give me a brown. Because if I go with this orange, it's more of a reddish orange, but say I do that, then I get this brown. It's like it's basically a darker orange. And if I do that, I could also Control I, and conversely, that'll give me a blue. So if I have a decent brown, I also have a decent blue. So I have to think of if I do like because if I think of like nature, if I do like an ocean blue, then what's an earthy brown? I feel like that might be better to start. I feel like brown should be the main thing since her powers revolve around Earth. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man, but I'm almost finished with this pasta. We're three. It's 6:30 my time. Let's keep pushing. Let me delete this layer. So the legs are the thickest part of the body, and that's on any and everybody. So we're gonna use or try to use the biggest brush size for this. It'll probably be a size 20 or 17. Okay. You hit P. I'm on the long brush. All right, so we're on size 20. Let me change my color back to black. Oh, I'm on the marker tool. Let's see, we're gonna go like right here, and then I'm just gonna, you know, that was a pretty nice brush stroke. Hope I'm gonna see if I can keep that actually. It's not one solid line, but I kind of like the almost sketchiness to it. I might keep that. It also kind of shows where I stopped on the leg. I think that's pretty sick. Hey, we might be cooking. We might be cooking. Was that one take? Was that one take? It really wasn't. But you know, it's pretty smooth. I kind of like how I did that right there. I think that's straight. It ain't the best leg I've ever drawn, but it doesn't have to be. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just connect this part so that I can, draw the shoes and all that. But you gotta be kidding me. Okay, my stream went down for a second. Did it restart oh gosh, why did it do that? Hold on a second. I gotta see if my okay. It looks like I'm still in. That's weird. So so restream went down, but the actual stream was still up. Am I tripping? I don't know, dog. I don't even know. I could be mistaken. Anyway, let's try to finish this up. My stream is freaking tripping. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna lower. Oh, freak! Ah, damn it! Oh, freak! Okay. Ah, okay, so I didn't draw the leg in a vector layer. I w- I drew it so well. This to me. Let me keep that actually. All right, hold on a sec. Yeah, that's fine. You know, kind of like that better than last time, honestly. Like, Only thing is, it's pretty thick. Let me see something. If I just woke up from a dream. Okay. I hope my stream is still going while I'm over here doing this. I swear, bro, Restream is tripping today. I'm mad that I had to redo the dang leg. So weird. Yeah, I might have to lower my. Okay, I'm tripping. My bad. I might have to lower my settings for the stream if it's like going in and out like this because it usually doesn't do that. Yeah, Restream is tripping because it's like telling me my stream is done. I don't know if my stream is. I mean, it should still be going, right? If not, I might have to end this prematurely if it's like making a bunch of like different videos from it. To my knowledge, I should be good though. To my knowledge, like bro, at least let me end the stream. The stream was going pretty well for the most part too. That's what's gonna bother me. Like if the Wi-Fi went out, that's one thing, but Restream itself, come on, dude. I know I'm not paying for Restream, but like, come on, dude. You're making me not want to pay for it either. Let me see. Let me make sure. I mean, no, 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 no. The stream is definitely running, so it's like at worst, I'll probably just have multiple videos from it. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this top part could be up a little bit higher, but other than that, I think that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, something like that. So that's one leg, and that technically means it's both legs. So the only thing I don't like about that is that now it's like, how do I want to put this? It it's not really contouring. Let me see something. Let me see if I can fix this up a little bit. Oh yeah, I did put this in a separate layer. Perfect. Let me see if I can move this over. Ooh. Yeah, I think that placement is a little bit better for one. Heck, that might have sold it actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think, yeah. It looked a little off, but now I think that's fine actually. Control S. And the only other thing we need to draw immediately, I say immediately, but it's really not immediate, is the back of the hair. Yeah, matter of fact, let me go ahead and do that now. So that way I don't have anything else to draw. before I do that, let me bring in this foot, or not the foot, but like the bottom of the leg. I'm gonna call this layer, if I can select it, I'm gonna call this shoe, and then I'm gonna call this one leg. She's looking good. I don't know if this will be my favorite by the end of it, but this is definitely a good one. I think the detail is better than most of them. I'm probably just getting better at this. So there's that. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. Uh, what am I doing next? Yeah, the back of the hair. So this is the leg, and I'm doing the back of the hair. I'll do any kind of cleanups on my own time. So any jagged edges, I'll just let those rock. But the back of the hair technically needs to be behind anything, everything. So see how I want to do this. I'm gonna lower the transparency or opacity or whatever of the actual hair and hit P. See, I almost did it again. I almost drew this in a raster rather than a vector. I did draw both parts in a. Yeah. Okay, cool. You know, I don't necessarily like how I did the redraw of the leg, but sometimes, you just gotta let the picture do what the picture does. I feel like that arm is definitely, well, no. I might have to redraw that arm. I don't know. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I might just actually have to push this in a little bit more. We'll see once the coloring hits. I think the coloring will be like definitively how I tell what I need to change. Like the front of the hair. I've talked long enough. Let me do a new vector layer. And we're just gonna draw the back of the hair. Now, how are we gonna do that? Simple, sort of. I'm gonna go to size 10 brush and I'm just going to go in between the top of this head and the front of the hair. So this light line up here and then this black line right here, we're gonna stay in between those and try to contour to the edge of this, if that makes sense. So, just like right here to like right here. I don't think I made that long enough. Do they care if it's that long? Matter of fact, no, it's my own drawing. I can make it as long as I want to. Bump that. As long as it's long, that's all that really matters. Okay, see, that's not. I needed to at least look straight at that specific part. So that might actually be. Nah, I don't know if my hand's steady enough to do it on this side. It sucks. This kind of sucks. I keep drawing it too high for one. That might be perfect. Yeah, I don't want it to be like too jagged or anything like that. I think I'll have it come to like, I think I'll have it like almost like a bob at the end here. I don't know how long is her hair, or what style is it at the bottom? It's kind of like Starfire. Well, not, or it's kind of like how I drew Blackfires actually. You know, it's it's got its own kind of I don't know. This should be good though, regardless. You know, I think that's decent, and I think that's good enough for me to start drawing it now or coloring it. So let's go. We're gonna start with an earthy brown color. The brown will help because the brown will also give me a blue. I can probably also work with a yellow from it, and it just, it highlights her power, whatever. Earth brown. Okay, so earth brown actually is a color. Earth brown color code. See, I'm already seeing two different things. I hate it here. I hate it here. So I see one for BC815F. And if you don't know what like a color hex is, I can show you guys in a sec. Well, no, I can't, but earthy brown color hex can vary, but some options are classic brown, dark brown, a lighter caramel brown. Let's see, there's no. Hold on, let me see. Shades of brown. Desert sand sounds interesting. Don't give me earth. I hate it. I hate it here. Let me try this again. I'm gonna try earth brown again. Oh my gosh. There is like now see, I might just I don't know what to do. I be thinking way too much about this. Okay, I'm gonna just go with whatever pops up on here because I'm like spending way too much. Um, earth brown killer code again. I'm gonna just do whatever this AI tells me. All right, let's try 6, 7. This is a cologne earth brown. So what I'm gonna do is just go to my color wheel, and then there's hex. It'll like say hex at the bottom left of all these numbers, and then I'm gonna hit 6, 7. Oh geez, 3E2B. Ah, first off, let me see what kind of brown she even has. That might actually be good for the belt though. Her gloves are freaking brown, right? Yeah, I ain't tripping. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's the hair. She still kind of looks like Ice Spice and it's bothering me. But let me label this folder. Hair. So we're in like the home stretch right about now. We're in the coloring stages, and there's some cleanups to be made and all that, but it should be fine for the most part. Okay, okay. How am I gonna do this? Oh my gosh, guys, I don't know how I'm gonna. I forgot to draw one part of the leg. I'll get to it, but like matter of fact, let me go ahead and do it now while I caught it. Why is one part of this missing actually? That's two, because her shorts are pretty high up for the most part. Oh gosh, it's brown. Okay. I don't like that. I think that's a bit better. If I need to change it, I could always like move it up higher or lower or whatever, but I think that's fine for right now. Yeah, that's fine for right now. Let's go back to this brown and let's see how I like this color. I keep losing my train of thought. This is genuinely bothering me. That's how you know the live stream's been going on for a minute too. Okay. Okay. We're on the torso part. Or I could have just done the hands, but I keep forgetting where everything is. Okay, so this is the belt, or like the utility belt, whatever this is. Let me turn up the transparency and everything. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, reference this layer, and I'm gonna just fill this in with brown. I don't know what this thing is doing right. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing right now. Refer all layers. Yeah, there we go. There we go. The belt is supposed to be brown. I ain't tripping. So like all the other belts I've drawn on the Teen Titans are like shiny and stuff. So yeah, I mean it's like a brown color. Yeah, I mean that works. Ooh, I kind of rock with it. Now let's control I that same color. That'll give us like a what kind of blue is this actually? I can rock with it. I can rock with it. So we've got our brown, I guess, for right now. And let's see. Let's see if we can get a yellow from the same brown. Oof, no. That didn't look right. Okay, let's go say 30 on the color wheel. This is 0. Let's go 88 on this color. Oh wait, no. I did that wrong. Let's go 49 because this is at 19. Okay, and then trying to see how bright I want this yellow. I'll just let it rock how it is. And if I need to change the color, I'll change the color. Okay, let me get this brown. I don't even know why I went to that yellow actually. Actually, no, I do know why. I know exactly why. Let's how do I want to do this? That's the rest of the torso. This is the belt. Let me put these into a folder. I'll just label it as belt to keep it simple. Okay, so I'm gonna reference this layer. Whoops, I don't know what I did there. Or I know what I did, but anyway. I'm gonna reference both of these layers actually. I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, now I'm going to fill in this bottom area with that, no, with that yellow color. Okay, so it looks off right now, which I'm gonna have to fix that as I go along, but bear with me for right now. Humor me. It'll probably look right later. But I'm gonna just see if I want that yellow color. I may not. I don't know. We'll see. It looks like she's got a diaper. I gotta put like the legs over this because it's not gonna. Where's the, yeah, the leg. Okay. We put that, oh wait, no, that's not gonna help. I'll put this leg over the torso, actually. That helps a little bit. That helps a little bit. I don't know what the flip I had going on a second ago. I'll clean up the groin part in a little bit. However, let me go back to this brown and get a skin tone now that I've gotten the yellow somewhere. And I feel like she should be a bit more tan. Maybe not even like melanated. I feel like she should be tannish, you know? Like her whole thing is like um earth and everything like that. I don't want to make her black or anything like that. I don't want her to be like super melanated. I still want her to be a white character, especially since she's like blonde. But I think she could stand to be a little bit darker. Let me see how I want to do this. If it's a brown, this is gonna be difficult. I never really had to make somebody white that was also like brownish. Let me see how that looks. Okay. And I'll just do it on the leg while I'm here. Okay, so that's the shoe. That's Uh, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I'm gonna oof. 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 Maybe I shouldn't make her that lighter. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want her to be darker though. We'll see how it goes. Okay, let me make a brown on the leg or the shoe, I should say. Reference this later and just fill it up with brown. Actually, I'll have to change this anyway. Trying to see how her shoes actually look because I got the shape down, but oh yeah, so they're generally darker at the bottom, like in certain places. So I'm gonna at least make. How do I want to do this? Because they're like, I'm trying to explain how I'm doing this. Okay, I think I got an idea. Let me just actually fill in these parts with brown. And for right now, let's try to fill in the other portions with this kind of tan color. I need a reminder to to do the top part of the shoe. See, I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's try the yellow. I don't like that for different reasons. I think I'll make it a lighter version of that brown. I might make it all brown if I'm keeping it a buck. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Could just make her darker, and then I don't know. I might just be lazy on. Ooh, no, 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 because I have to make part of it black anyway. So I might. we'll just fill in the shoe for right now and then come back to it later. Dang it. It's not what I wanted. Yeah, that definitely ain't gonna stay that color. But, it is straight for right now. Let me go to the arm. What the frick is the arm? Don't tell me I put the. Okay, hold on. Time. Oh, okay, I just didn't label it because I'm an idiot. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. I'll put the arm behind the torso because that's where I'm gonna need it to be. And then I'm gonna fill in. It's the glove, right? I'm gonna label this as the glove. And then I'm gonna set it as my reference layer, start a new layer, and then just fill it in with that brown color. Voila. I feel like that yellow needs to be a bit dimmer, but I'll get to that in a minute. I also need to draw a belly button there. I'll do it in a minute. Now, I need a black color, and I think I'll get that from the blue color. So I'm gonna fill in, I'm gonna start a new layer. I'm gonna call, actually, no, I don't need to do that. So I'm gonna put this new layer under the arm so I know to like fill it in with the arm and whatever, if that makes sense. Fill this in and I'm gonna hit Control I and I'm going to select this blue. I'm just gonna make it darker, like maybe 15. A little bit darker than that. It's like 10. Yeah. And that'll make a nice kind of almost a black color. It's not fully black, but it's close enough. And so we'll see how that works. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this coloration. Okay, so while I have that, I'm gonna go to the torso and I'm gonna just fill in what is this? Okay. I'm gonna set this as my reference layer and then fill in this top portion with that same kind of blue color. I'm gonna also do it up top here where the T is. And while I'm doing that, I want to see if I want a yellow T or the blue one. I'm gonna get the same blue, put it up top. I ain't gonna hold you, that's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. The only thing I don't like is that it kind of takes away from the rest of the design because up top it's like blue and at the bottom it's kind of yellow. It might even be different if it was like a more muted blue. In fact, let me see something. If I go here and then select that blue again, and then I go back and select this color blue here. Oh crap, no. Like that's actually not too bad. Now, what I'm gonna do is do another layer and just set this as like a reference, not a reference layer, but I mean it's kind of a reference layer, but I'm gonna take that yellow. Ah, okay. I ain't gonna hold you like the yellow just fits better here. It just does. It just does. The yellow and the brown are working pretty well together. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. It just does. So, before I move on, first off, let me delete this layer and just make this easier on myself. I'm going to get this. There we go. There we go. Now the goggles can still be blue, and I think that'll be fine, but that wouldn't finna fly. I think the yellow goes with that dark blue pretty well too. So yep. I might change the shoes too. Like I like the brown to the shoes, but I'm not sold on it, you know? Trying to figure out if I even want I don't know. Let me go to it's the torso, right? I have what's going on here? I tripping. Oh, that's the back of the hair. I'm like, what is that? Okay, let me turn that back on. Okay, I'm gonna draw a little belly button here because I did not earlier. Just do like a size. Let's try a size 10. And it looks halfway decent. Do a new layer. I'll put the skin under everything else, really. Yeah, set that as my reference. So now we got a skin. It's looking good. It's looking good. Yeah. So now if I were to like draw or copy the other arm, that's pretty much be how it look. See, the only thing I don't like about this is that now you can't see like the boobs as much. I ain't trying to be all pervy or whatnot, but it's like I drew them and I kind of want you to see them. Like I gotta want you to see them. So, and I guess you don't have to. Not. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. If I got the arm, Control T, and say just rotated it like right. I mean, honestly, if I rotate the arm, you can see them boobs for better or for worse. So I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine actually. Borderline perfect. I think I might actually brighten up that blue though, if that's the case. Let's see. That is a pretty dark blue. I think it is working well with the rest of the piece, so I don't see why I wouldn't just make it like. Um, yeah, let's go with like a 15 instead of a 10. I think 10 is a bit drastic if I can get to it. Oh my gosh, bro, this is why I hate doing this sometimes. There we go. Okay. That's the arm. That is the arm. What I could also do, nah, I don't think I want to do that. I forgot what I was even doing. I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I, where is it? Where is it? Okay, this is the arm. Let's try this right quick. Okay, it's very slight, but you can tell. You can tell. Okay. Let's go with the torso and do the same thing. What is this? Okay, yeah, that's what that is. Okay, so now it's a little bit more blue. I think that actually works. Still can't see the boobs, but it's whatever. I might make the blue a little bit. Matter of fact, let me see. I don't know. I don't know. Trying to think of how blue this should actually be. Because I mean, if I make it too bright, then probably just look off. I don't want that. But I like also want to figure this out before I like go on to anything else. I don't know that I like it that well, let me see. Go back to the arm. I mean, I kind of like that. Let me see. Do I want it darker? The the blue is kind of I could honestly go either way. I think I do like it a little bit. I want you to know that there's some blue there. So I think I'll leave it like that for right now. So hit Control S. Save. I think the color palette is working pretty well though. I mean, I kind of just copied it from the actual Teen Titans original thing and just put my own little spin to it. But I think it still looks good. So now let me do the goggles. Actually, no, let me just do the dang face because that's gonna bother me if I don't. It just looks weird. Plus, I'll know what else I need to do. So the head, let me turn that up a bit. And I'm trying to figure out, I guess I should do like a lighter yellow, shouldn't I? Or should I? I feel like the clothes can match the hair. The only thing is that her hair is not that yellow. I don't think. Hey, look. Let me look again. This dark blue and yellow is doing something for me, dog. Yeah, she's got like a lighter blonde hair. I think we can go with that. I'm gonna test it out as like a darker blonde or like a more vibrant blonde, and then I'll just go back and y'all can see what I just did with my hands when I said that. Oh, where's first off, screw all that. Let me just go with the skin. What was I doing? I genuinely forgot what I was doing. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't even gonna hold you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna reference this layer, start a new layer, and I'm gonna fill in the face. Okay, that's looking like Terra in the face. Cool, cool. And let me do the ears as well. Okay, this looks great. This looks very great, actually. Mm, all right, now I'm going to. How do I want to do this? I'm gonna do like what do I usually put. Let me see something. That's Blackfire, Beast Boy. Let's go with Beast Boy and hit. Yeah, it's usually in like 90, 10. Okay, let me go back to Beast Boy right quick. Okay, Terra. Nice. Let's see. I'm sorry. I keep losing more and more focus as I go because I'm like forgetting everything I need to do. So, with that being said, I genuinely don't know what I'm doing. Oh, okay. I was trying to find a color for her little. pupil or whatever. Actually, no, I don't have to put that right there. Oh, yeah, matter of fact, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I did that right. So I'm going to do, how do I want to do this actually? Okay. 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 Sucks. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm gonna go ahead and just like put these eyes together, and then I think I'll just merge them. So this is the pupil, this is the eye. Let's see. Um, okay, I'm botching something. Okay. I did that backwards. Okay, I'm gonna move these pupils up. I did that wrong again. This is the pupil. This is the pupil. I'm gonna move these. They should be at the top. I'm tripping. All right, now if I did that right, these should be the eyes. Yes, then those are the pupils. Perfect. So I'm going to just start a new layer, and I'm going to just go around this eye. It's already pretty light, so I might need a lighter color than that. And I guess I could just fill it in like this, honestly. I'll leave it alone for right now, but I'm probably gonna make it a little bit lighter. Matter of fact, what is her skin tone even at? Okay, it's at like 15. That's why. Why does it look so? Okay. Okay. Let's get that. Okay, her eyes aren't yellow. Freak. Let's get this blue. Matter of fact, no. I know what I'm gonna do with the blue. I'm going to go here. Control I. Select this blue. Control Z. Go back up to the eyes. Go above this. I'm just gonna use this as the well. Mm, hmm. Let me merge these pupils so that I can make life easier on myself. Control E. All right, now I can reference this layer, and then I can make a blue color. Oh no, that looks great actually. You have both of them. Control D. Let me see how this color would look if I just flipped it, edit transform, flip horizontal. I mean it ain't that bad, honestly. I'll leave it like that for right now. Yeah. Let me merge these. And then honestly, I mean she's getting there though. Like this is getting pretty close to what I need for this. I gotta rename these folders, but Cupes. She kind of looks like what's her face from Incredibles right now. But we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so hit this, hit P. I'm just trying to fill in this little pupil area right here. Nothing too complicated. Make sure. I'll probably have to erase some of this blue actually. Or yeah, some of that blue. Yeah. Yeah, she looks high. So I'm gonna have to change that color. I low key just want to see how it looks if I could keep going though. But call this layer the eye. Yeah. So let me go back to the neck right quick before I do anything else. Hold up. My bad. Okay. So yeah, my connection's like terrible right now. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the neck. Let me turn this folder up so I can, yeah, there we go. Then I'm gonna get this skin tone, put it up. There we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'd say about probably 8 o'clock. It'll pretty much be over with. The tablet's gonna die. That's great. Let's plug this in. Okay, there we go. So now, I promise I'm gonna fix her eyes, but it's just funny. It's just, I like, let me see. Where do I put the eyes? Head. These are the brows. I'll go ahead and merge these. Is it just me? No, 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 no. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Okay, so I'm probably gonna make this a lighter blonde, but I'm kind of curious to see how it looks without, you know. That does not look like Terra. That looks like somebody else, and I don't like it. Nobody isn't that nobody in particular, but I just can tell that's not. I'm gonna match it with these blue eyes. That's what I'm gonna do. So what is it like? 28, 83. So I'm gonna get this. Give me a sec. 20. Sorry, I'm trying to. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's try this. Oh no. I don't know that I like that better, but you know, it is what it is. Let's try 28 to 100. I feel like this whatever blonde I got right here is not the best. That's kind of good actually. I'm gonna control C, control V. Yeah, that way if I don't like it, I could always change it. But that might be what I do. See, it looks borderline white though. That's the only problem. But in fact, let me see something. Because those eyes are very dull. Like, go 28, 100 on the eyes too. That ain't what I meant to do. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's a lot better actually. Yeah, it looks kind of lifeless without it. There, now they kind of match with each other. So, okay. Now I'm gonna try to do the same thing. I'm gonna try to just see how the front of the hair looks now. That's just about it. I actually no, no, I won't. No, I won't. Let me fix the actual like that part of the eyes in here because this is like gonna bother everybody if I don't, myself included. Whoops. Okay, so let's make this 20 and say 5. Still not the best, but like I'll leave it like that for right now. It should be straight like that. Let me look at her actual hair. Okay, now let's try the rest of the hair. She says you gotta hold on to what we got. Okay, so this is the front of the hair. And let's just see how that looks. Who knows? Maybe I'll love it and let me not even say that. I mean I mean I mean the colors there, I guess. I don't know. It's not giving Terra. So I'm probably gonna have to redo the hair. But for the most part, everything else looks straight. Like genuinely, it's genuinely just the hair that's bothering me. Like everything else is working but the hair. Let me do the back of the hair right quick and see how that looks. That'll also help. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, it's really just the hair. Like the hair is genuinely the only thing bothering me. Matter of fact, let me see something. Because it might not even be the hair entirely. It might genuinely just be how I did the hair, if that makes sense. Let me see something. I might do the hair off stream if I don't like it enough. I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. Like, there's only so much I actually care. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Okay, so this is the actual hair. Let's okay. Okay, here we go. Let me try to just blend it together if that makes sense. Because if I go like, oh shoot. Oh, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. If I do something like that, that also helps. I think that does help a lot actually, because now it actually looks more like her hair. And if I were to say get this and matter of fact, I don't even need to select that. Let me go with like a let me hit the multiply tool right quick. Oh, what I even need to do the multiply? Let me just no. All right, now let's try that multiply too. I think the hair looks nice now, actually. I think I might still need to like bring it in a little bit more, but for the most part, I think it looks a lot better. Let's hit multiply. This. Oh, jeez. Oh, okay, I see what I did. Okay, I think the back of the hair is a bit dark, so let's go with like a 75. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think the hair still needs a little bit of cleaning up, but I think I'm on to something here. So, outside of like this needing highlights and stuff, I think I still need to like redraw the hair though. Something about the hair is actually just bothering me. Again, something I might just actually do off screen, but that's what it is. Stop. Wait a minute. The way you think that girl, ooh, you got my heart all in it. And I just want. Okay, okay, let me hit this eye. We go back to the head. What is this? The head. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at actually. It's the eye. Yeah, the actual head. Okay. Call this edges. Okay. I'm just gonna fill in these little areas right here, right quick. Honestly, that might be straight. If we being real, that might be straight. Shout out my girl Terra. Trying to figure out what else I need to do. So obviously we got to do the goggles. Let me go back to the eye right quick before I do that and just have a couple highlights. Hit P. I don't like that. I don't know what just happened, but I don't like that. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be above the pupils. There we go. A little bit of yellow tinting in these eyes, but I think that also kind of fits the character. But I changed the game for you. I wanna see what it do. Can I be for real? Okay, so the goggles. Trying to think. So they're black, just like the rest of her fit. I'm trying to see if I want to make them black like the rest of her fit, though. Firstly, let me turn the transparency or whatever on them. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Let me connect the vector lines. So, oh, please don't crash on me. It might crash on me. Oh, it actually crashed on me, dog. Oh my gosh. I don't know when the last time I saved was either. Yo, they hold me for that. Yo, oh my gosh. They hold me. You mean to tell me I didn't? Yo, hold on. Oh my gosh, dude. I gotta, what? They didn't save none of that. Oh my gosh, bro. This is annoying. This is fudge, dog. That's so corny. Oh, that's corny. Why would you do this to me? Why? Oh my gosh, dude. Dude. That sucks. Let me just hit control S, cause golly, bro. I mean, all I really gotta do is redo the hair and shit. Is it? Why is it not saving? Let me see. I'm gonna see if this has a different one open. Okay, no, that's even worse. Okay, that sucks. But I mean, at least, nah, that genuinely sucks. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I mean, it didn't go back that far, and I know exactly what I just did, but yeah, that actually sucks. Where's the front of the hair? Right here, right? Bro, that sucks. It didn't even get when I did the eyes. Are we serious? Oh my gosh. You know what? Screw it. That's not a ton. Gosh, that's frustrating though. Oh, that's so terrible. That is actually genuinely terrible. Oh my gosh. Okay. Because I feel like that set me so far back. Oh, I gotta go back. Dang, man. Go back to the head and then I kind of can't even believe that. That's it. I don't think it ever just crashed on me like that before. This is a very complex drawing. If it's like crashed on, or either that, or no, it can't because I hadn't saved in a minute because I saved pretty recently actually, but something's not right. Oh wait, these are the eye. Okay, that's that's terrible. That's oh that sucks. Okay, that's fair enough. This is why you always save your work every chance you get. Oh, that sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. Oh, jeez, man. I hate it here. Okay, okay, so it's really not as bad as I'm making it out to be. It's just a little frustrating. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go back to the back of the hair. Dang, man. I was joking. I didn't think they'd actually just freeze up on me like that. That's insane. Anyway, 75 in terms of like gray. And then I'm going to do this. Or I'm gonna hit multiply and do that. There we go. That should be straight. I can't believe that just happened. That is insane. Okay, let me go back to the. Let me save this time, actually. Jeez, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. Let me. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna select this. Go back and. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing, it's not gonna be as bad, but it's the fact. It was the fact that it even happened in the first place. I'm like, what? Ah, that was so corny. So freaking corny, dude. Okay. Oh my goodness. If I ever get like an editor, or whenever I get like an editor to go over these freaking live streams, that's gonna be a clip. That's 100% gonna be a clip. Oh no, that's a vector eraser. Okay. Let me turn this up a bit. Yeah, I think that's straight. That looks straight. That's, I still can't get over that. They really made my software crash. That's crazy. Ah, okay, so let me go back and select the whites of the eyes, or the off whites of the eyes to be more accurate. Where did I put the whites of the eyes? Okay, here we go. whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna go over this. Actually, no, I'm gonna go over the pupils, and then I'm just I can't. I can't. They really. What? Oh my gosh, that sucks. What is wrong with my connection today, dude? Anyways, that's the eyes. It's the freaking eyes. I can't believe that. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Fudge. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Now let me control S to save this before it crashes on me again. Gosh. Let me go to my goggles. Freaking layer with the goggles in it. Okay, now it's saved. I'm gonna save one more time just in case. So that now the drawing is saved. And now I'm gonna connect my vector lines. That freaking killed me, dog. What the heck? Why didn't it do that in the first freaking place? Hate it here. Okay, so trying to figure out what I was doing with these earlier. So, oh, it closed out all the other like references I had to freak, man. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I honestly, because if I made the outline like, I don't want to do this. Give me a sec. Okay, so I can make this black, but I also want it to like, you know what? You know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna set this as my reference layer, and then I'm gonna pick this blue or what's practically a black in this situation. Fill that in, get this yellow, and then fill that in as well. And I think I'm gonna hit maybe multiply. Something not right here, like at all. Oh wait, no, I didn't need to hit multiply. I needed the opacity down. That's literally all I needed to do. Okay, so let's duplicate this, shall we? So if I bring this up, I think that looks good. I think that actually looks really good. The only thing is, it's like it. I don't think it's the best thing I could do. I think it should be the other way around. I think the yellow should be like the highlight, and then the blue should be the middle. Or better yet, let's see something. Because I could just go ahead and test this right now. Let's try this. Yeah. Oh, geez. I think the blue is better. Now, the outside, on the other hand, let's try that yellow. I don't like that. Let's try the brown. I kind of don't like that either. I think how do I want to do this? I think if I simply have some highlights around the goggles, that might help. Regardless, I'll probably leave the goggles as is unless I get like another color. But yeah, let me delete this copy of the goggles. Control D and turn these back on. Ugh, that is not what I meant to do. Okay, so there we go. I think that works actually. I think that genuinely works. Okay, so we got the goggles, everything else. Thinking of stopping this at about, I don't know when I'm thinking of stopping this. I'm gonna keep it real with you. But there's a few things I want to fix up. First off, trying to think, I gotta keep remembering to save, but see, that's the back of the hair. Let's go to the leg. Let's put these into a folder for the shoe. So I don't lose my mind. See how I want to do this. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me duplicate this layer so I can like fix something right quick. I'm gonna hit E, vector erase. There we go. Now I have to like fix up this like inside part, but that's fine. Yeah, that's the brown part. Why did I make both of these brown? Am I tripping? Okay, yeah. Let me do something right quick. Let me hit I, hit P. Okay. I'm going to select this hair she's got. I'm gonna let me see something. Select this. Oh, jeez. That might be nice. Or maybe not. I don't know. You hit E right quick. Yeah, I did that in the wrong layer. That's perfect. Oh, let's try this again. Ugh. This is frustrating. This is actually frustrating. Let me just do a lighter version of this brown, if I can. Maybe like right here-ish. I might just genuinely make it the same color as her hair. No, I mean that's a pretty straight brown actually. I definitely don't want it the same color as the hair. See, there's so many colors with this character, and they're so similar of colors too, but it's like they're not the same. 58, 40. Okay, 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 okay. Let's try that. I mean, honestly, that's a little bit better. Might be a lot better, actually. But I kind of don't know that I like that. But actually, let me see something. Let me duplicate this folder. Control S. This it will crash on me. And let's say, what's this? Let's say I do the back part, this dark blue. Oh my gosh. And then also do this. I kind of want more of that blue actually. Let's see. See how that would look. I might go with the yellow. I might not. We'll see. That's okay. Let me see something. That's doing too much. Let's try the yellow. Ooh. And that's kind of tough though. That's kind of tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think it's as good as the brown, but like I think it's doing a little too much. So I'm gonna leave it brown. I'm gonna leave it brown. It makes her feel more earthy and everything like that. So it was a good test though. I was cooking for a little bit, trying to see what I did with the freaking. Oh, it's all in this one folder. Okay, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Okay, let me like select this. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? All right, here we go. I'm getting kind of tired. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll give about maybe like 15 more minutes because I done knocked out most of what I need to do on here. It's just like a few fixes and everything. But I think she's looking pretty good though. I think that the yellow might be a bit bold, so I might darken up the yellow a little bit. But other than that, think she looks, I think she looks great. So now, like I said, I'll probably give about 15 more minutes and I'll call it. But this is pretty much how it looks without like the outlines and stuff like that. I think I need to fix up the hair a little bit, but for the most part, it's good. So, with that being said, let me duplicate the arm. I'm gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal. Did I flip vertical? That's why you don't flip vertical, kids. Looks kind of buff. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, and I'm gonna duplicate the leg. This is one of the roughest. Oh, yeah, there's that thigh gap. There we go. Uh, that's a mission accomplished right there. That's a pretty solid character model. Like I said, I think the shorts are like a little bright. So I'll try to fix that right quick. But for the most part, I think this is dope. Before I do that, let me Control S, and then I want to put these goggles up right quick. I just want to see how they look on her forehead. Okay, I see why that happened. I gotta put them in front of the hair. Yeah, these are pretty nice. I might put like some highlights along them, but that's pretty sick. She's got like a gym girl physique too. Pretty nice. This might be the my favorite I've drawn out of like the female characters. Pretty sick, pretty sick. I gotta do a few cleanups and everything, but other than that, I think I've done pretty well. Let's see. That's vibrant. All right, so let me what's color on this? Is 5840. I'm just trying to get a feel for like some of these other colors so I can like compare it to um the shorts or whatever. So see 50. Give me a sec. 58. That ain't gonna work. I guess I'll just make them slightly darker. Like, let's just try like 80. I don't feel like I need to do too much to them. Yeah, let me go with this first leg. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. That might be better, actually. It might not be. Let me see. I think it could be a little bit brighter. How about like, let's try 95. Nah, nah, let's go 90. Let's go 90. Ooh, I ain't gonna lie to you. It's probably one of the more boring streams just for the fact I didn't like. What did I have this at before? Oh, wait, 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 wait. There we go. Okay, let me go to the other leg. And I'm just like filling stuff in just to see how the colors look if I change the shorts ever so slightly. Where's the torso? Oh my gosh, I forgot what I was doing. Okay. Okay, there's the belt. There's okay, here we go. I honestly I think that's a little bit better. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely like it better than it was. Don't know if I made it like too dark or not though. Like in all honesty, I probably could have kept it. I'm not sure. Like it seems a bit dim now. Let's try 95. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong layer. I give about 7 more minutes and then I'll call it. I'm legit. Okay, here we go. You know what? I think that's perfect. I think that's genuinely perfect. Because it's like, it's still bright, but it's not like the brightest thing on there. Hit Control S. Now, before I close this out, I do want to like just test out a couple of highlights. I also have to just edit the crotch a little bit anyway for when I do need to rotate them legs. Not a thigh gap is kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I think the hair is a little too light now that I look at it. What if we just made it a little bit brighter? So maybe 56. No, this definitely looks like Terra though. I think I did a good job at this one. Oh wait, no, I'm doing this wrong. Huh. That's interesting. It looks very anime-esque like that, but I'm gonna have to keep that in mind actually. That's kind of nice. It just wouldn't fit the rest of the characters, but that was pretty nice. Okay. I feel like that's too bright. Let's go with a what's 28, 14, 28, 42. Don't worry about the math I'm doing. I let's try 35. I think that's actually perfect. Let me do the back of the hair too. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. I think that's way better. With that being said, let me change the eyes up a bit too. Try 35 on them. Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think that's better. Much more of a vibrant kind of color. I think you're looking good for the most part. Let me let me get that same yellow and just put it like save. But let me put it along the she looks more country like this. I think that works. You got like a country girl sweater. The fit is sick. The fit is really sick. Girl really said you told him. We could tell you can't control your powers. What are we talking about? All right, what are we talking about? Okay, let's see what else we got. We're about done. Got like 3 minutes that I want to allot to this, but yeah, yeah, yeah. I might go 8:30, but we're pretty much almost done. I'm just trying to think of what else I got left to do. The head. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, no. Ah, shoot. Did I do this on the same layer? Genius, Derek. Genius. Freak. Hold on a sec. Cause I done botched something. Go back. Okay. I just had to see something. Okay. Where's the hair? Because I completely messed this up. There's the eyes. See, I hate this because I be forgetting what I even did in the first place or what I was finna do. So, all right. My computer over there blowing air, tired than a mug. Oh, wait, no, it's the wrong color. There we go. I feel like my art style fits with this Teen Titans style pretty well. Yeah, that looks a lot better. That looks way better. Okay. And the eyebrows. The eyebrows. I need to do that too. Where are they actually? There we go. Okay. So, you control S. Think I'm gonna make the eyebrows while I'm here a little bit thicker in terms of line weight because they are pretty thin. That's not what I wanted to do. That's better. I think I might try to increase it one more size to like say 10. Yeah, 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 yeah. They might be a little too thick now, but let's try 9.5. Why does it seem bigger? That's interesting. That's interesting. Hold on, that doesn't make any sense. I said it's like 10 or no. I don't know. I'm really doing too much right now. If that's 9.5, that might be straight. If not, then it still might be straight. Yeah, yeah, I think that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the last order of business, just for like craps and giggles and just to see what I want to do. I want to, I don't remember. I want to do some highlights. So let's go with the front. Matter of fact, Control S. We're gonna go to the front part of the hair. And Let me see something. Okay, now how do I want to do this? Let's go with say 75 maybe. This is gonna be like a gray, but we'll hit screen. You hit P. I don't know that screen is the right thing. But no, 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 it might be, it might be, it might be. We might be onto something with that. Ooh, okay, okay. And let's do another one for like the goggles. If the software crashes at this point, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'll probably check to see where I got, and then I'm gonna just call it. Where are the goggles? Oh my gosh. Back of the hair. Here we go. I forgot I put them in the front. Okay, so let's put these in a folder. Yeah, I did that wrong. Where's the light? And I did that wrong. Jeez. Okay. This might not this might not work that well. So yeah. Actually, why isn't the lighting working? Like, am I tripping? Nah, for real. Like what why isn't the highlight working for this? Is it too bright? Let me see. Why is it gray? Hold it. Like what am I missing something? Oh, it's because I'm using lighting. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Okay, let me try that again. Cause that was I mean, that kind of works actually. I don't know that I like that particularly, but I think that I think that actually works though. Let me see. Yeah, we might test that out. Like, we might genuinely test that out. Let's see. We do this too. This will probably be the last thing I do, and then I'll probably just close out. Let's see. Oh no, I didn't put lighting. And it's supposed to be screen. There we go. You go back to like 50 or something. I don't know that that helped. Actually, I kind of do like that. If I don't imagine it as an actual like lighting kind of thing, it kind of works. Okay, now what if I did that? Let's say delete, hit P, but did like that. I don't know that I like that better or not. I don't think I really like that better. Let me hit E. Kind of like that. Honestly, I think I'll just let it rock how it is. I might try to add another color to the goggles, but I think the goggles are fine for the most part. I do want to try one other thing though. Ah, jeez. Let's see. I don't think that one was necessary. Let's see how these goggles look now if I push them up. Let me also see how they look if I did it like this. That's good, but I think that's doing too much. Yeah, it's not as subtle. But yeah, yeah, I think for the most part, I did a good job here. There's some stuff I want to clean up and fix, but I I'll do it off stream. There's nobody here, and the stream has kind of been through enough work for one day. So I'm gonna hit Control S, save this. But yeah, that's Terra. I think I did a pretty good job. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll have like the time lapse for this available eventually. So catch you guys later. I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream.